What's going on, everyone? How are y'all doing tonight? Not gonna lie, I'm extremely tired. I gotta turn these lights down. These are so bright. I think they got unplugged. That's a little better. Is it the right setting? That's not bad. I'm okay with that. Quite happy with that. Well, that was a different looking for the tavern. Is that Calendyr's hat? So what that was, there's so that is the new D&D and chill like splash image, if you will. So yeah, well, just do it this way. There we go. So there's the new D&D and chill splash image. So this is what'll be seen on you know, whenever I'm just kind of doing stuff. Oh, didn't mean to drop all my windows. So yeah, that's the new splash image. But it's not the only one. So yeah, wait, let me use this the right file. Yeah, so yeah, you will recognize that it is the same. I actually changed this up as well. I really want to stick with the D&D and chill branding. So that you're going to see more often. But yes, that is the hat from Calendyr's dungeon. But what that actually is, if I have it in here, I think it's in the wrong. I think I had it in this folder. I don't even know anymore. Where is it? Did it start with an L? No. Yeah, see, now I can't even find it. I moved. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it is the original. It is the hat from the original Lo-Fi and D&D. So that is the hat from the original Lo-Fi and D&D, which is just this hat. If I could sit still, you know, if I could figure out how to get that to stay there, I would. Unfortunately, I can't. So, but yes, that is the same hat that I have used in the crafting of Calendyr's dungeon. Yeah. So now this is, like I said, this is a new splash screen for. So that's a little big. There we go. But yeah, that's the new splash screen for D&D and chill. So that'll be what is seen whenever I'm just doing stuff. This is the one that I have looking great under the hat. Yeah. If I could get it to where it was like actually moving with me, you know, that'd be all right. No, that's the other way. So maybe like that, and yeah, that ain't gonna fly. Yeah, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there for a bit. But yeah, that's, like I said, that's a new splash screen. Did some generated art. I did some AI art to get that image. Dropped my hat in there. Yeah, so there we go. So that's that. So what are we gonna be working on tonight that has to become as famous as the ghost? Well, the ghost is definitely more notable. This particular hat is just, it's just random whenever you search up like wizard hat PNG. I don't know. Maybe I'll put it on these barrels back here. Maybe I'll have it sitting on the table or something. I don't know. We'll have it down there for right now, at least. Yeah, so tonight, as some of you may know, I mentioned this in my last P5 stream, as well as in my last first 15. Put on the DM up there. See, he's at such like a far angle. It's a little difficult. I think I could. I thought there was a way that I could rotate. I know I can rotate it at like very specific angles. So I probably won't be able to like match it perfectly. I thought hold on. I think I can. Hold shift while resizing? That's not right. What the that's not right at all. Hold on. No, that's because rotate or holding shift does that. That's not right. Holding alt's not doing anything. Yeah, no, that's definitely not right. I could oh, you know what I can do? Actually, I just had the thought. Here we go. So let's size it down. And all right, that's as close as we're getting to it. Yeah, that's as close as we're getting to that. But so tonight, as I mentioned in my first 15, as well as in my last last P5 game, I'm going to be on vacation. I'm on vacation, I guess, today, but I'm going to be out of town over the next week. So because of that, I wanted to do my Calendar's dungeon tonight. Get that in, because I have gone through and done the water, the water level. I changed it drastically from what my original idea was. So we'll go over, we'll talk about that. And then on top of that, I have a character concept in mind that I want to work on. So something that came to me the other day, I was looking through my characters. It's kind of an evolution. If I know if you've watched this particular channel before, you may remember this character, Raina Ribbit. So this was a grung monk that we made who, way the open palm, used their poison touch abilities. I have another grung character that I want to work on, and that is a fighter. And so we'll get into that. But something that I want to change about, or something that I want to do with that character, is I actually want to build him in D&D, and then I also want to build him in Pathfinder. With everything that happened with the OGL, I've started reading into Pathfinder and looking more and more into it, and there's a lot of stuff in there that different ways to make characters, and I don't know all of them, but I'm slowly learning, and I want to try and make, having a character concept in mind and knowing how to do it in D&D is fine, but if I can take that and make another character in Pathfinder, you know, just to see what options there are, because they're going to be different, and I'm not going to know all the details about Pathfinder. So yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit. Like I said, right now, mainly going to be focusing on, excuse me, mainly going to be focusing on Calendyr's dungeon. For some reason, my, oh, why is it so bright? These need to be up. Oh, you know what? That's actually probably why my lights were. There we go. That's a little better. All right. Yeah. So let's go ahead and bring these up. Oh, I forgot to load my map. Better. There we go. So perfect. So we got the two maps. We're on floor 2, the elements. Today we're going to be doing water, so probably remember all of this, but just as a quick reminder, so this particular sector is fire. So it is influenced by a rift to the plane of fire. Lava pools and superheated rock fill the chamber. Anyone who touches a pool of lava takes 8d6 fire damage. Anyone who starts or enters their turn on superheated rock must make a con save or take 1d6 fire damage. So pretty straightforward. There's, you know, fire breathing statues, a giant pool of lava, you know, some flaming slugs, a small obstacle here, some pools of lava with magma octopuses, a little bit of a, you know, athletics check, and then you gotta push a magma snail out of the way, or fire snail, and then some magma mephits as well as a gem, and, you know, kind of rushing out of there, and then a fight with a water elemental. So that is the main that's the main design. So that's what we're going with. I actually need to change these, and you'll see why in a second. So I've been looking at them, and like I'm fine with it in other facets. I need to like put this slash so that I know that these are, even though these are the room numbers, these are more representative of dates. And it's very hard for me to look at that and not just see 23 instead of 23. Just because like, unless I did like an ellipses, I just don't want to do that. But again, that was last week. That was fire. This week it's water. Now, water, I was very like on edge with this entire week, because I mean, this challenge is supposed to be something where it's freeing and liberating with how you do these, and I was putting a lot of stress on myself to try and like come up with a way to like connect every single room, and I was struggling with that. I'm, you know, just dealing with work and this, you know, trying to get everything ready for my trip, and I really dropped the ball on this one. I mean, you can see I haven't even done today's. But with this, I decided to go against my original plan of having it be like, you know, kind of like the Zelda, you know, water temple, where everything is connected and there's, you know, all these levers and stuff you have to change throughout. I've moved away from that. So what I actually decided to go with was something a little bit more straightforward. And what it is it is filled with water. Now, with that in mind, there are parts of it that have water, parts of it that do not. Now, in the first room, it's a oceanic cavern with a pool of water leading further into the dungeon. And it is pretty much just that, but it has a chest in it. So the chest contains 5 sets of flippers, which grant you a swim speed equal to your normal walking speed, but it reduces your walking speed by half. Basically, it flip-flops your normal walking and swim speed, because normally, unless you actually have a swim speed, swimming is difficult terrain, so it's half of your movement. This flips that, because as a certified scuba diver, I can tell you, you're not moving at your normal walking speed in flippers. If you're running backwards, maybe, but that is what is going to be in there. There's going to be those flippers that allow you to swim, but when you're on land, and it takes a full action to remove them. So there is a point where, you know, flips between water and land, and there's one room where it happens a few times. That's actually where I want this to really play into effect. There's also swimming caps with like sigils on it. It's just a ploy. They serve no magical benefit. I kind of want the players to maybe believe like, oh, these are caps of water breathing, and like we'll put these on and go underwater, take a deep breath, and then they'll start drowning. I find that very funny. So the second passage, basically from that pool in that first room, is a narrow and dark passage filled with water. So this passage is completely filled to the top. There are 2 corridors that go off to the left and right. And once you enter into this room, this large rock comes down and blocks off the passageway back out. At the very end of this corridor is a large door, but it is locked, or it's sorry, yeah, I don't know why I have this worded that way. I don't know why I worded that way. It's a large door, sits at the end of the passage, but is locked by a, yeah, that's really weird. No, it's not even magically locked. I don't know why I wrote that. And has 2 keyholes and a slew of holes throughout with slits at the bottom. This will come into play. This will come into play in a little bit. So the next room, this is going to be one of the rooms off of the main branching room, or this hallway, is an underwater cavern with a small pocket of air and some monsters. So in here there are some sea elves. This is more just a combat room, but with the fact that there's I'm going to have probably maybe 2 pockets of air that allow the players to go up and get a breath, because, you know, that's kind of a thing they're going to have to worry about. So one of the sea elves is going to have a key needed to open the door at the end of the passageway. I had a note in there about why regarding the slit matters. So basically, even if you have both keys, or if you somehow got both keys, the door wouldn't lift up. Like, even if you lockpicked it, the door will not lift because of the pressure that the water is putting on it. So the next room is a large closed opening, as much as that's oxymoronic, but basically there's a large drain in the center of this room, and there's a series of valves on the wall that need to be opened in a particular order in order to allow the water to drain out. More sea elves defend this location. Underneath this drain, it's kind of like an iris. Once the iris opens up, there is a large 3-dimensional coral maze, and at the very top of it, the players will be able to see the key, but they will not be able to access it. So the players will have to go through this maze, which is now underwater, and when it fills with water, it will fill with a number of sea creatures, stuff like octopuses, sea snakes, and giant jellyfish. So at the end of this is a second key. The way that I intend on doing this, and I'm not going to have it necessarily built up on the map here tonight because it would be a lot of effort. And I remember what it was like that one night where I made that room of all the numbers. Boy, oh boy. But I plan on having essentially like a four-layer maze. So it's a large room filled with water. You kind of have to enter in from the top and work your way down and then work your way up. And there's going to be certain pockets of air within it because you're not going to be able to make it through in one breath, but you are going to have to deal with the monsters that are in it. Once you get that key, you'll have both of them. You'll be able to open up the door at the end of the hallway. When you go into the next room, it is a room that is half filled with water. And what I mean by this is that there will be water on the ground high enough to create difficult terrain. So in this room, not only in its normal state, it's going to be difficult terrain because you're wading around in like, you know, knee, thigh-high water. You're potentially also wearing those slippers. But there is basically there is going to be waves, literal waves moving in from like that pulse up into the room. And that is going to be, you know, creating these like gouts of water that kind of slosh back and forth that partially bury the map under a bit of water. This room, on the other hand, other than sea elves, is defended by Sahuagin. So the water will also potentially push players into obstacles. So there's going to be spiked pillars kind of spread around the room, and when the water comes in, if you fail a strength save or something like that, it will push you 10 feet, and it could potentially push you into one of these spiked pylons. And lastly, once the Sahuagin are defeated, then the door to the last room will open, and this room has a massive body of water in it, very much like the massive pool of lava. And there is a water elemental in there who will rise up out, creating torrents of water that will cause difficult terrain at certain occasions, but will also be able to create whirlpools within the water that if you fail a strength save, you'll be sucked into the center of it and pulled into the water, because there is going to be just a small brim that players will be able to stand on the outside, but these whirlpools will potentially suck them in and force them into the water. So that's the main idea. Like I said, it's not nearly as grandiose as the, you know, as trying to make something like a water temple, but this is at least a lot more manageable for me, and it was something I was able to put some time and thought into. Need that juice. So with that, we'll go ahead, jump into designing these rooms. Now I'm gonna go north on this. I'm gonna go north because a lot of what I'm thinking it's gonna be is like more up in this area. I kind of had like that in my mind. So this is where we're gonna start. Oh, I need to be on the dungeon layer. All right, so we're gonna do so our first one is an oceanic cavern. Okay, you know what? Hold on. Let's actually do it over here. There we go. That's pretty good. All right. So, and then from this, we are going to have the small and narrow underground tunnel. Kind of wanted to have a little bit more width than that. There we go. That's pretty good. So one of the ideas that I had, because of how I did stuff last time, is kind of do the same thing where I show like the drops in areas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw... Oh wait, no, why is that on? I need to turn that off, yeah. So we're going to do this. There we go. So now this little area will show where down inside the players, you know, where that water entrance is. And then we're gonna throw that chest into here. It's just gonna be sitting over in this corner, real nice and pretty. All right. So now we have. We need an underwater cavern with a small pocket of air and some monsters. So, in my mind, this is going to be over here. So we'll have this one kind of shoot up and off. There we go. Now, with this one, I'm going to put, not, so I guess statue could work. So I'm just going to use this as a means by which to say, this is where one of, you know, these are where the two pockets of air are. You have to be up in that space in order to breathe. Otherwise, you are not. You know what? Actually, kind of like the idea of putting a well. So there we go. So those are going to be the two pockets of air. And like I said, in this particular room, this is where the sea elves are first. This is where one of the keys is going to be located. So there's that. And then down here, I'm actually going to turn rough off. And we're going to put that like that. Oh, wait, actually, no, I had a better idea. Okay. No, that's also, I don't know why I'm doing that. I know what I want to do. There. Now we'll take this and kind of like, almost like bulk this out. I don't want it to just be bubbled. Oh, I don't have rough on anymore. That's why. There you go. So that'll be the door. A big old double door. And then over here, So this is going to come down like this. Kind of snake around a bit. And then this is going to be where that large drain is. I was wondering, why am I hearing two sets of music? I realized I had both windows open. That was... Yeah, there was. Yeah, I couldn't figure out why myself, but it is because I have two playlists. Well, not even playlists. They're actually just two different videos. The one is called Celtic Medieval Tavern Music Non-Copyright Volume 3. Forget what the other one is. But yeah, I accidentally had both of them on at once because I clicked them at the very beginning. Okay, so like I said, in this room, this is where we're going to have a large circle. Well, I wouldn't even say it necessarily has to be a circle, come to think of it. So we can actually do something like this. Have it be, oh wait, actually I just had this thought. So we could have it be a big 6x6 a big 6x6 area, and in here, you know, we'll turn off rough and put it like, you know, like a drain might be. No, I don't really care for that. But yeah, so this is gonna be the drain. This is what the sea elves will be defending. So this is still playable, full playable area. But then below that, this is going to be what is filled in with all of that water. And what we'll have below, I'm actually gonna kind of build, you know, off to the side here, is going to be a big 10 by 10 room, and that is going to have a large probably go, oh shit, wrong tool. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So we'll have something like that, because then this will be the actual puzzle, or this will be the maze itself. Which, if you ever want to, it's actually pretty easy to get one of these set up. Let me see here. Where is that one that I've used? Is it this one? Where's the one? Ah, here it is. Yes. So there's a website that you can go to, as simple as it is. It's just mazegenerator.net. And so the nice thing is that you can just kind of like generate, you can put in like what specific size you're looking for, and I can probably just copy this into there as a custom image. And not that I plan on just leaving this in there as this, but yeah, you know, simple as that. That's that right there. That you could just do that. There's nothing wrong with this. It has a solid layout. You know, it obviously is solvable. On this particular website, it doesn't have a it doesn't have like multiple exits. There are other ones out there that you can get like multiple exits for maps. Yeah, so something like this, super convenient. There's another one on the Don John website, donjon.bin. That one you can get pretty big. You can't specify a certain size, like you can, you know, you can like choose like tiny, diminutive, and stuff like that. And there is another one that is on morgan3d.github. That one does give you the option to have more than one exit, but yeah, unfortunately you can't specify the size, so it is a bit of a pain in the ass. So, because that's one of the problems that I obviously just need a whatchamacallit, just need a very specific 8x8. But I will link this one as well. This one, if you do need maps, these are great. On top of that, it also gives you like labyrinth with just a basic maze, but you can also do like catacombs, hedges, palaces. It gives you pretty nice layouts, not gonna lie. Here, we'll put this up on here for a moment. So yeah, you could, you know, you need a starship. You got different kinds. Generally it's just going to be flipped, but you need a garden. Well, that's kind of the same thing. It's just a flipped thing. A small suburb, you know, each one of these being a house. You got different roads. If you need an interconnected city of some kind, full maze, you know, just in general, you got all kinds of different options there. Catacombs, so this you could actually set up as a dungeon itself. A hedge, you got a palace, a fortress, all kinds of stuff on here. So you know, definitely check these out. So yeah, and then there's also this kind of stuff where, you know, you could change how big and, you know, small stuff are, how much of the map is covered by it. So if you want one that's like a huge sprawling suburb, you know, crazy, you know, roads and stuff, or you can just have, you know, something very small. So, and you can also reduce the amount of rooms as well. So like I said, lots of different options out there. If you need one, definitely you know, definitely use the sources if you have to. Otherwise, yeah, make your own. If you know, it's not too hard to throw some walls on there. And you know, like I said, with this particular one, I probably will do something where it's, you know, like if we have this here, players, you know, enter down here, and there would be like, you know, an exit here and an exit here. So you know, like you have to go up, you know, you have to go up this thing, and maybe once you get up and you take the key, the walls shift. Like, it's coral, so it could just be that like I have 4 of these, and each one of those is just its own thing. So if we make each one of these 8, there we go. So we got, you know, we got a perfectly fine, you know, little map here. As difficult as to see, let me turn on normal. There we go. So got a nice little map. You could do a couple of these and then just pop those in and just make sure that, like, you know, none of these should have like fully dead areas, but you know, just put like, you know, a spot over here, like this is where you come in, and like this is where you come up. So you can even just close these off. It'd be super easy to do that in something like Paint, or even, you know, if you have Photoshop, you know, just close these lines off, have 4 of them, simple and done. All right, so we're you know, screw it. We're gonna leave that. I actually don't mind just having that there. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna make it official. So, can I? Oh yeah, I have an idea. Where is my map? Or my line? When I do that. There we go. That was weird. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. So we got one there. What's 2? Yeah. All right, and here, that goes over to here, and that goes the whole way over. And this. Oh shit, I messed up. Oh no. I'm not thinking right. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we're gonna put that there. That's right. That's right. So I need this to go like that. And then one to go. There we go. Perfect. So I got a maze. And then we can have, you know, we can have the start be represented by this. So the players arrive in this spot. And then the first time they go through it, the exit is here. And when they are making their way out, they are going to come out over here. What's up, Zingy? How you doing tonight, man? So this is probably how I would set up each one of them. You know, you enter in over here the first time, you're making your way up the maze. So, you know, you're swimming through, you're having to figure it out. You could even do something like, you know, and I do have the intention of having these throughout it, where if the players, you know, are going through it, there will be spots for them to have air pockets. That is going to have to be a thing that happens. But yeah, super simple to have something like this. And like I said, using that mazegenerator.net, you can throw it on here. You don't even have to do it the way that I did. You could just literally, you know, copy and paste this and just, you know, throw it on there, and it could be just as simple as that. To be honest with you, I'm watching you while on the toilet, so I'm doing good. Nice. Nice. How am I? I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right tonight. So we're working on Calendyr's dungeon real quick. Getting that done. So having some fun with that. And then we're going to be making some characters. Well, making one character, but making them twice. So we'll be looking into that in a little bit. And then we're going to do something new tonight. Something that I've been thinking of for a while. We're gonna give it a test tonight to see how well it goes, and if it's something I want to continue doing in the future. So yeah, that'll come soon. All right, so we now have. Also, hope everything comes out for you well. You know, I ask anyone I work with. I spend a lot of time on a toilet. It's definitely my second office. All right, so far we have our oceanic cavern with a pool leading further into the dungeon, a narrow and dark path. This is not narrow enough to be considered narrow. Gotta do some schoolwork tonight, but if I have time to work on my command, do it. I'm actually gonna narrow this down a little bit. We need to turn rough on. Yeah. There we go. That's a lot better. I like that more. We played too much Overwatch and Days Gone. I haven't finished my schoolwork. Got to get on that. Schoolwork is important. And then once you're out of school, then it's not. So just got to get through it. That's the way I always looked at it. All right. So what we got now? So we have, like I said, we have our first room, our cavern. Then we have a narrow and dark passage that is flooded with water, an underground cavern with a small pocket of air and some monsters, a large opening, or you know what, we're just going to do it, a large closed drain. There we go. Graduate in May, so that'll be nice. Yeah, that will be. I graduated 2009. It's been a while. I've been out of school longer than I was in school, and it blows my mind to think about that. And funny enough, I lived in Florida for a year, and I technically did cyber school for pretty much that entire year, and I've now been at Walgreens, the company that I work for, my drugstore. I have been at that company for as long as I was in the public school system, which also blows my mind because I've been working there for 11 years now. Well, sorry, in about 2 months, it'll be 11 years, but it's kind of crazy to think about that. All right, so now we need a room half filled with turbulent water. So this is going to be the staging chamber before the fight with the water elemental. So I want this one to have a bit more of a grand entrance. So we're going to put that there. And then it's going to open up into a large cavern kind of room. And the way that we're going to do this is there's going to be these spots on the side. This is where the water is going to kind of rush in and out from. This is actually what's going to cause all of that turbulence. So it does theoretically become something that, should the players think wisely enough, they may be able to staunch that area. All right. And then up here, so there's the door into the final room. And this one is going to be a large circular room. Not that big. We'll maybe go a little smaller. All right, and so what we're going to do now, remember the days of schoolwork. I hate when I realized that years ago, graduated in 90, yeah. It's been a long time. All right, so let's go ahead and draw that small ledge. Sent that link to the mazes to my sister. Oh yeah, yeah, hell yeah. Somebody gets use out of it. That's good. Next week, though, I think it's going to be the end of our little learner campaign. Oh, it's crazy, man. Goes by fast. Goes by so fast. All right. My next campaign I'm excited for. I have so many notes, locations, characters, encounters, and nice. Nice. Funny enough, on my back burner, I've been quietly building a new world myself. Can't say that it's gonna be a world that any player's really ever gonna see. Maybe one day, but you know what? It's just one of those things. I like world crafting. All right. So maybe tonight, if I have time, I'll kind of detail some of that stuff. Talk about how, what all I've been thinking of. Oh, look at that. A giant hole. That actually works really well for here. That's where the water elemental lives. All right. I think that's really it. I think that's really gonna do it. Put that in the wrong spot. So eight. 2-9, and put a little star next to that, just because technically that is room 2-9, but it's also not, because there's more to that. It's multi-layered. And we have room 210, and lastly for tonight, room 211. Remember, you shared your maps of that other world, Elsmore. Yeah, it's not Elsmore. So Elsmore is Elsmore's still its own thing. The world of Crystal Fell and all of that, still its own lore. This is a new world that I've been working on. My next campaign, they went through the castle, reached the end where Guilliman the Rage, the warmonger they were hired to kill, is waiting for them. They had to end right before the epic boss fight. He's a Baylor who's under control of a mind flayer. Wow. Wow. That's a pretty hefty sell there, my friend. A Baylor under the control of a mind flayer. Whew. I would not wanna fuck with that. Damn. I fought a Baylor once in a campaign. Those things are terrifying. Fucking resistances to like all kinds of damages, immunities to I know it's fire, but something else. And I want to say that they they resist. I don't think they have legendary resistances unless you like give it to them, but I think they resist stuff. Their weapons are magical. What else was it that they had? Hold on, I gotta look this up. They had something else that was like the grossest thing in the world. Oh yeah. So they have a plus 14 to hit. Yeah, they're huge. These things are huge. You know, it's crazy, you know, to put that into perspective, you know, if when you think about like a monster, you know, in D&D, like if we look at this statue, you know, this statue right now is on a single square. That would make it medium. And then this would make that large. You know, it taking up a 2x2 grid. Then this would be huge. So it's yeah, it would be huge, because up after that is gargantuan, which is 4x4. But I mean, that's ridiculous. What else did it have? Yeah, it had the fire. Yeah, plus 14 to hit, 3d8 plus 8 slashing, plus 3d8 lightning damage. Also, it had the fire whip. It can teleport. And on top of that, each creature within 5 feet of it takes 3d6 fire damage at the start of its turn. And if it dies, every creature in 30 feet makes a DC 20 dex save or takes 20d6 fire damage. Yeah, and it destroys all of its shit too. So like, you can't even loot anything off of a Baylor. Flipping through the monster manual looking for a boss, and I saw Baylor. That I want that. I feel you, man. I do very much the same thing. If I'm looking for a monster, one of the things that I'll do is I'll go to 5e.tools, and I don't know why I still have this list. I'll go to 5e.tools under the bestiary, and yeah, make sure everything's reset, and I'll change it to filter by CR. and then I'll just start like scrolling down through some of these higher level things. You know, something like this, like a Leviathan, you know, that's a pretty sizable enemy. But maybe, you know, this tool right here, maybe I want to put my players who are, say, level 10 up against a large water elemental. A CR 20 creature could very much just kill all of them. But maybe this is a minor Leviathan who has a CR of 15. And this will reduce hit points. This will adjust stat blocks. It'll also reduce damage and your to hit bonuses. If I zoom out, you can actually see a lot of that stuff change. So the strength is 27 and the dex is 24, but when we lower that, you can see it's adjusted. So now this becomes an appropriate creature for a party of 15. So, you know, it still has all of its normal stuff. It still has its, you know, makes its 2 attacks, has, you know, still has its tidal wave, still has its legendary actions. So it's, yeah, it's one of those things I've looked at. Oh, here's another good one. A Night Walker. So, you know, a beautiful, horrific looking creature that that comes from the negative plane. I actually have this one set up for a campaign I'm running that I have it reduced pretty drastically. Might have to nerf him in the boss fight. I had to do out my, yeah, you know what, as a DM, you're gonna realize you're gonna set up a fight with for your players. You're going to start running them through it, and you're going to get you're going to get within the first round or two, and you're going to realize very quickly whether they're underpowered or overpowered. And when they're underpowered, it is no problem at all. Tack on some extra HP. Give them a second health bar. One of the things that you can do, have a slightly weaker monster, or have the boss be a little bit weaker and have your players go at them, you know, use up some of their abilities and skills. Then once they've defeated them, have them rise back up magically. Maybe they fall to the ground in this castle, their body laying there on the stone, and as the last attack is made, the death throes kicks in on the Baylor, sending pieces of stone all over the place. And as the players are launched backwards, they watch as these stones begin to move back towards the body and collate on it, forming this outer shell. As the Baylor stands back up, its eyes glow with an undead looking, you know, like an undead or, you know, a fiendish glow to it, as now it's the second part of the fight. And maybe now its AC is higher, and maybe it still maybe it only has half of its hit points, but it's a lot harder to hit. Maybe in this new form, it doesn't do as much of the fire damage, but its basic attacks are stronger. Maybe covered in stone, it does bludgeoning damage instead. Yeah, with Cryovic, that was the whole design behind Cryovic, was having, you know, this young white dragon and a mage, the worm speaker, Vic, and having them being able to work in tandem, but upon their death, they then formed into one being and had their own abilities. Some from the dragon, some from the mage. I almost TPK'd them, and it was kind of awful. It had a spell where it could grapple a creature, and if it could last at least one round without taking more than 15 points of damage or losing the character, it could steal their soul. The player wasn't dead, but they lost all actions and their movement was reduced to 0. I saw the attack online somewhere. Thought it was cool. Yeah, you know what? That's a thing. 1 second. Yeah, I've had situations like that, and I was surprised how my players backed off when he grabbed hold of a player and started muttering under his breath. You know what? That's the funniest thing is your players will often surprise you in, you know, different combat scenarios. Sometimes, you know, they'll do stuff that makes sense. Sometimes they'll do stuff that just completely out of the blue. I know one of the things that, you know, in one combat scenario that I had for my players, I was introducing them to the Black Dragon Cult. And in the encounter, it was a few Black Dragon cultists, and the players let slip that they had a black dragon egg. And when the cultists found this out, they decided that they were going to the cultists decided they were going to attack them and try and get the egg back. Well, the players, you know, obviously fought back. They did what they could. But once one of these cultists started performing a ritual, and the egg started thrumming and pulsating, they had this character grappled, but at no point did anybody say, like, you know, I cover their mouth, or I cast silence, or, you know, I shove my fist down their throat, or I break their jaw, you know, or I cut their head off, you know, and it was, you know, it was, or, you know, I gag them with a, you know, with a cloth or a rope. This then allowed the players to, or this then allowed the cult to send out a pulsation that, you know, sent essentially a GPS. You know, it's kind of the idea about that egg. So that happened. And during that whole combat, when that moment was, and it was right as the spell was finalized, right as that little ritual was finalized, that they were like, you know, why didn't we just gag him or something? And I was like, I don't know, why didn't you? Whew, yeah. Sometimes, man, like I said, you just don't know what your players are gonna do. All right, so I think that's gonna do it for us with Calendyr's Dungeon. We're pretty good where we're at. Like I said, this coming up week I'm gonna be working on the Earth Dungeon. So I haven't done today's. I'm gonna do that one whenever this is all over. I'm probably gonna be in the same boat this upcoming week because I'm gonna be in Arizona for these 5 days. So that will be its own thing. But I am gonna still try and do this. And then my last day of vacation will be the Monday that I would normally do my stream on the 20th. I mean, I want my combats to feel tense, but I don't want to just murder them. Yeah, use grapples. Also use abilities that frighten. That's a big thing. Use obstacles on the map that impede your players from doing stuff. That's a huge thing that you can do. One of the things that I've done recently is introducing more shadow and darkness based enemies that can create, you know, that can cast the darkness spell. That's a great utility. That's a great utility spell that allows you to, or not utility, a control spell that really impedes your players without being outright murderous. You know, very simply put, the darkness spell, creating a 5-foot sphere or 15-foot or radius sphere of darkness that cannot be seen through unless you have something like Devil Sight, means that you can't see, if you're in it, you can't see anything. You have disadvantage on all of your attacks, and attacks against you have advantage, especially if there are creatures that can see within it. If you're on one side, you can't see what's on the other. So you can do stuff like this. You can have, you know, opaque walls and whatnot. What's up, friendly man? How are you doing tonight? My campaign, if the players near the end choose to go against the church, they're gonna have to fight an angel. I ran a, I didn't run it. I was a part of a campaign that did have to fight an angel, unfortunately, once before. That did happen. All right. So there we go. That is our map this week. So nice ocean themed one. I guess I should add sector up here. Nice little nook for it to sit in. Water. All right, let's go ahead and give that one more quick save. All right, so now that we did this, angels are fun because they have invisibility and teleport. That's true. That's actually what made him a bear to fight. So what the other thing I'm working on tonight is the character that I am making. So the design of this character is very, very simple. It is a poison dart frog. So we're going to jump over to D&D Beyond. And we're going to start to build this character up. So, like I said, in the very beginning, if you guys remember, we before made this character, Raina Ribbit, who is a grung monk. Way of the Open Palm, or I guess Way of the Open Hand. Or no, that's right. It was Way of the Drunken Master. That's right. Because it was about like getting high a bit on your own supply, but also the grappling stuff. So one of the cool things about grung is that they have this poisonous skin. They are also immune to poison and the poison condition, but this poisonous skin, you can apply it to weapons. You can also hit creatures and deal out that damage. Plus you also have, the big jump. The one caveat to the grung is that you need to be immersed in water for at least 1 hour a day. Now with this particular character, because it is just a draft character, I gave it a decanter of endless water, an uncommon item that, would allow them to drench themselves for that day. And then we went with the poisoner feat as well as the grappler, trying to really jump up that dexterity as well as just amplifying what poison is there. Now, this new character that I'm making is not going to be that vastly different. The main difference is going to be more the class. So we're going to go ahead and go in here, and I don't have a name for this character. Let me think. What would be a good name for a poison dart frog? Dort frog. Yes, let me think. Hopper? I mean, Hopper would be good for like any frog. Let me see. Let me look something up real quick here. I'm looking at the translation from English to Portuguese for poison, which is toxico. Frog is sapo, and dart is dardo. But poison dart is dardo envenenado. A player killed a god by walking into a religious town, telling them that their religion was wrong. Rolled 3 nat 20s, and the god fell from the sky. And yeah, wow, oof, oof. That's rough. That poor god. It's kind of the I don't know. We've discussed this before. It's kind of along the same lines as the Sahuagin, where they or not the Sahuagin. What am I thinking of? Is this Sahuagin? I might be losing my mind. No, it's shit. Who's the other frog people, or who's the other fish people? Not Locath. I can't think of what it is. Kuatoa. That's it. Sounds like the Kuatoa, who have the ability to, believe in a god and then they just become it. Parf? So what is what's the meaning of the name Parf there? Friendly man. Poison. It's frap backwards. You know what? Actually, poison dart. Okay. You know what? I kind of like that. You know what? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do Parf Dendro? So the scientific classification of poison dart frogs is Dendrobatidae. So if we do Parf, and so we'll do Parf Dendro. So there we go. We got our name. Now I need to jump into the race. So we're obviously gonna do Grung. As is what we're working on. And we are going to make sure that we get access to changing up our ability score there. So this is going to be the weird build. Now, this was an idea that I had, and I kind of sat with it for a while, and I thought about different ways that I might want to do this. But when I started looking into an option for this, there was one aspect that really made me decide to go down the path of a fighter. So we're going to do acrobatics and athletics, and we're going to make this character 4. As always, I generally make my D&D characters that I'm drafting level 4, because it gets me a feat, and it gets me my subclass and everything. So fighting weapon, we're going thrown. That should make sense. This is a poison dart frog. We are going to focus on using darts. Martial archetype, though, I thought about doing gunslinger or arcane archer. The problem is that when you do this, this is specifically a short bow or a long bow. Gunslinger, also kind of the same thing. You know, you have a very specific firearm. What we're gonna go with is where, oh, there it is. Sorry, my mind just blanked out. Battlemaster. So if you have not looked into the Battlemaster subclass, it is pretty interesting. All right, Zingy man, have a good night. Enjoy your shower. And yeah, come on back. I'll probably be here. So let's take a look at the Battlemaster fighter subclass. Here we go. We'll turn all this off. So the cool thing about the Battlemaster, and it's very rarely ever used. There's a lot of people that use, you have to give them some sort of poison. Believe me, we're getting there. So there's, in a lot of case, you know, with these, all right, there we go. Yeah. So with stuff like, you know, the Arcane Archer, the Echo Knight, the Champion, these are actually fairly commonly used, you know, these are fairly common use subclasses. The Battlemaster has a lot more options that come with it. That is kind of one of the drawbacks that some players look at it, because there's a lot more you have to really do with it. And that comes in the feature of the combat superiority with maneuvers. So when you take this subclass at 3rd level, for one, you get a proficiency in an artisan tool, which we'll probably do painting again. But you also get these maneuvers. So you learn 3 of them from this list down here. You then get a superiority die. So this starts out as a D8. I believe it goes up at some point. Yes, yeah, it does. There it is. It goes up to 10 at 10th, and it goes up to a D12 at 18th level. So you expend, where you regain all expended uses after a short rest. And the way that these work is, when, you know, each one of them has its own description, and you can use them to supplement your combat. So for example, the one that that I am looking at, where was it? Here it is. So Quick Toss. As a bonus action, you can expend 1 superiority die and make a ranged attack with a weapon that has the thrown property. You can draw the weapon as part of making this attack, and if you hit, add the superiority die to the damage. Now you also get stuff such as Distracting Strike. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend a die to distract them, giving your allies an opening. You add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll. The next attack against them, other than you, has advantage. This is a great shit. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, dude, if you're tired, man, go to bed, get some rest. Absolutely, I'm here. If you do want to hang out with the community, you know, links above me for my Discord. Also, there's a button right below my channel that says Discord. Click that if you want to come hang out with us. Also to get notified when I'm streaming. So if you want to hang out with us some more, feel free to join. But I do want to say thanks for hanging out with us tonight. So it's always good to have some new folks around. All right, so another good option for the maneuvers, precision attack. When making a weapon attack against a creature, you can expend a superiority die to add it to the creature. So giving yourself that ability to, you know, potentially hit a creature that you might not otherwise. So, you know, a lot of options. Oh, shoot. Oh, my page closed out. Oh, shoot. All right. So this is what we're gonna go with. Now I want to make sure that we have these options on. And so Student of War, like I said, this one we're gonna go Painter. So I kind of had that already in mind when I was coming up with this. So definitely still kind of basing this maybe as like a I guess you could call it a like an ally of Raina Ribbit. So that's definitely a you know, something we can work with, you know, having them be, you know, an ally of theirs. All right, so we're gonna go with Quick Toss. Like I said, that's kind of the main one we need. I want Precision Attack, the ability to, you know, make sure that we hit somebody. This other one is actually not as huge of an you know, of a thing, but because we're going with a grung, and we're taking that acrobatics and athletics, I want to do evasive footwork. So this is going to allow us to roll our die and add that to the AC until, you know, until we stop moving. So other ones that would be good, tactical assessment is actually really good, more just in general role play. What's up, Ms. Roy? How you doing tonight? Brace. So, you know, if you are, yeah, when a creature you can see moves into reach and you have a melee weapon you're wielding, you can attempt to attack them. Yeah, we got a lot of options. You know what? Actually, I kind of like ambush, but maybe we'll, you know what? No, I think what we're gonna go with, disarming. I think that's the one I'm gonna go with. What made you try frog for aiming at two versions of the character? Well, like I said, it's more because I want to make one in D&D because I know how to build this character. I know the options. I want to then make the same character in Pathfinder. Because I want to be able to, you know, see what options are in there. If my core concept was simply, I want to play a frog person with poison touch who throws darts. How can I build that in D&D? How can I build that in Pathfinder? That's what I want to look at. And down here, we're going to grab this feat. We're going to do the same thing we did with Raina. We're going to go Poisoner. So this is kind of one of our bigger ones. So we can apply poison to a weapon or piece of ammunition. So, because arguably you could say that, like, oh, I meant those two versions. Well, wait, what do you mean exactly? Oh, you know what? Actually, you know, what'd be a good option for this? Oh, you know what would be a really good option for this? Resilient. What's the OD&D one? Oh yeah, no, that sucks. It is a rare race. Yeah, but I mean, poison dart frog. I mean, that's literally the build. That was the idea. Just like making a poison dart frog in D&D. That was it. All right, so we're gonna do Dex, actually. Yeah, we're gonna do Dex. All right, so Let's do our +1 to con. Let's do our +2 to dex, because we're going to be a dex-based fighter. We're going to do standard array. So we're going to grab that 15 there. We're going to grab a 13 here. And then we're probably going to dump our strength. I'm probably going to go like this, because I want that higher wisdom. Charisma is good to have, but intelligence not really hugely important. As for the background, I would probably do something along the lines of like a natural hunter. Something like an outlander, or a hermit, something like that. So I'll probably go outlander with this. Somebody who spends a lot more time out and about, you know, hunting, you know, using their darts and whatnot. So yeah, let's do outlander. With this, we're gonna grab let's say grab stealth and an instrument. I'm actually gonna forego taking an instrument. We'll just have something in general, and then in here we are going to take something, maybe goblin. That'll be fine. All right, so we want light armor. We're gonna forego the longbow and arrows when we get to that, as well as these weapons, really. So we're also gonna forego this, and here's the reason why. So I'm actually gonna grab 2 great axes, and I believe a light crossbow is more expensive, and you'll see why I'm doing it this way in just a moment. So let's go ahead and add all that. So now we got into our actual character sheet. Let's go ahead and make this dark mode, so you know nobody's eyes are burning. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I am going to immediately sell these axes. Actually, I think swords are more expensive. Yeah, these would have been the better options. So we'll just, you know, we're going to remove these 2 great axes, and we're going to pop in 100 gold right there. And then we're also going to sell the longbow. So it's going to be that. We're also going to sell the arrows. Those are 20 gold. And last but not least, we're going to sell the light crossbow and the crossbow bolts, putting our final total up to 225 gold based off of everything that we just got rid of. Now, having a quarterstaff is fine. I actually don't mind having that. We're going to pop on this armor. Oh, you know what? Actually, I should have taken a shield. Just thought about that. So we're going to add that in here. We're going to take away some of that 50 gold, because that would have been a martial weapon and a shield. So, oh, my back. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab a dagger. We don't really have to be too stingy. We could actually grab 2 if we wanted, just in case. But now comes the fun part. Darts. And lots of them. So every dart costs 5 copper. So that means that we can buy 20 of these with 1 gold. So obviously our daggers here costs us about 4 gold. So, you know, we're just gonna give that shopkeep an extra gold just to appease them. But with this, we can have an entire bag of these. For 3 gold, we can have 60, and for 5 gold, well, we can have 100. So that puts us up to a very respectable amount of attacks that we can do with all of these darts. Right. So let's go ahead and equip those. So there we can see our dart. Now, darts in general are nothing crazy. They're actually the same. So a normal dart is just going to be 1d4, you know, it's finesse, so it can use your dex or your strength. But what is going to make our character so much more powerful is the fact that we are giving every attack from our racial trait. We are giving every one of our attacks 2d4 poison damage. So as part of the attack action, we are coating this thing in poison, throwing it at a creature. It is taking 3d4 plus 4 points of damage. That in its, I mean, and granted, that is based on it passing or failing this, this DC 12 dex save. So we do kind of have to rely on them having a kind of crappy, a crappy roll on that. But as long as we're getting that, that's where most of our stuff is going to come into play. So this is a big reason why we took Quick Toss. So when we start to level up, as we all know, fighters get multiple attacks as they level up. So at 5th level, they get an extra attack. 11th level, they get 2 extra attacks. And then on top of that, we also have Action Surge, letting us take that extra action. We also took the Thrown Weapon fighting style, which allows us to add a +2 to the damage roll. So these are actually getting a +6 to hit because they have a thrown weapon. Or sorry, no, it's I'm sorry, I did that math wrong. It is a +4. It's based off proficiency, not the other. No, wait. No, it would be. Yeah, the modifier to this is based off of your dex, so be plus. I'm doing my math wrong. Hold on. Wow, my mind just blanked on this. Wow, why can I not remember this? Why can't I remember this? It's your ability modifier. I think that's it. Yeah, it's just that's what it is. It's just your ability modifier. Wow, I don't know why I was blanking on that so hard. I had to look that up on a forum. Yeah, and I could have just done the math here. So our to hit is gonna be the +6 because it's proficiency plus dex. This is not taking into account our special feature. So +2 damage. So this is gonna be with a 6 essentially. But again, that grung poison, that's really gonna bump us up. But on top of that, we're also gonna get this evasive footwork, which allows us to, potentially get on average a 5 to our AC. So expending that die in order to avoid some attacks. Also being able to, hit a little bit easier with that precision, and then, that quick toss. being able to get that extra one. So even right now with this character, in one turn of combat, we have 4 superiority dice. We could make our normal attack with a dart. We could use quick toss and use the bonus action and use the superiority die. Then we could make 1 additional action with our action surge, getting us that extra attack. At 5th level, we would be able to make 5 attacks in 1 round with this. So that is kind of the general build behind this. So let's look up some grung art. We'll find a character model that well, that's actually pretty badass. I love people's art, especially grungs. I think they're just cool looking. That's actually official artwork. You know what? Actually, I really like that. Oh, that's a grung gloom stalker. That's pretty nice. All right, so yeah, this will be what we'll go with. You know, it's just as a character to have them in mind. So yeah, there we go. So that'll be the basis of Parf. Go ahead and add them into here and my side of things. Where's that? Where is that? There it is. Let's get a awesome. Oh yeah, no, poison dart frogs are awesome. Well, that's so one of the things I made a character before with this art. So, you know, for a grung monk. But maybe with this character, you know what? Maybe we'll make them, well, instead of Parf being blue, maybe Parf will be green. So let me do something on my side of things. You know what, here, let's there we go. So let's go ahead and take this. We'll add a layer. Let's adjust some tones there. And then do a little bit of touch up on here. Let's get that tongue back to normal color. Gotta have some uniqueness in the character design. There we go. Perfect. Simple as that. Save that. So that'll be Parf. And just get a token. Put these back up. Go over to here. D&D ports. I have an entire folder of just like portraits. There we go. We'll make this some vibrant green if we have one. I don't know if we actually do. That's not bad. Oh, here we go. I love flumps. I do love flumps, actually. And with this, let's do something. There we go. So perfect. So there we go. We made Parf Dendro, a grung fighter, focusing on throwing daggers with their poison and getting as many attacks off as they can, being a more dexterous based fighter, somebody who is proficient with painting supplies and is a wanderer, spending most of their times in the outdoors. So there we go. Now we're gonna jump over to Path Builder. What character is this? That's right. I was making a character based off of one of the greatest YouTube videos of all time, Pumpkin Cowboy. So I made a Leshy farmhand ranger. If you are unfamiliar, that is a plant. Yes, I know that, in fact. If you are unfamiliar with Pumpkin Cowboy,
he's a cowboy and a pumpkin, and he loves his cattle so. But there's no way he gets lumped in with most cowboys, you know. He's no outlaw and he won't quick draw, for he despises violence. Take a fireside moon over your saloon, as he much prefers the silence. Pumpkin cowboy, well, it ain't no bluff that life is tough for a gourd out on the range. But for all
I now know what I'm playing for Outlaws. I'm sorry.
With a smile wide and a kerchief tied around his neck/waist. And he's never riled when a cow runs wild as a lasso them post haste. Pumpkin cowboy.
Brian David Gilbert is a genius. He is such an amazing person.
But one day when Pumpkin Cowboy was out tending to his spear, a frightened child came from town with a message soft but clear. The townsfolk said that he'd end up dead if he didn't heed their warning, for they heard that the cowboy cat would be there the next morning. It was well known through the prairie, cowboy cat had ruined lives, and they said he was a devilish man who liked to play with knives. He'd steal your purse and do much worse if a hairball made him grouchy. If you summed up some of the things he's done with one word, it'd be ouchie. Though we had heard tales while on the trails of the feline fiend reviled, Pumpkin Cowboy couldn't leave, for his cow was now with child. If they ran away, she'd have to stay, and she might not survive. So we waited by her side all night for the scoundrel to arrive.
Oh, it's such a sad story, too. Yeah, sing along. That's it.
Our hero hadn't realized that he'd begun to doze, and his mind was awfully groggy when he finally arose. He touched the ground and sadly found the thing that he had feared. While he slept under the moonless night, his cow had disappeared. But the moo came from the nearby field, and the cry was harsh and chill. Cat Cowboy held our hero's cow, and it looked like he could kill. Pumpkin Cowboy spoke in hurried yells as he pleaded with the cat. He'd give him all his ranch and land, he'd let him take his hat. But the rascal took no compromise, no hat, nor ranch, nor claim. He said the thing he wanted most was to inflict pain. And as Pumpkin Cowboy heard this, he ran at such a clip that Cowboy Cat got startled, and the knife began to slip. And then they crashed into each other, cat and pumpkin flesh and blade.
And the knife fell to
the arid ground.
And the scoundrel stood,
Wait.
then swayed.
cat cowboy crumbled to the dirt, and Pumpkin kneeled beside, and Cow stood vigil next to him as Pumpkin Cowboy cried. He tipped his hat at Cowboy Cat and stood without a sound. And when townfolk came to cheer his name, our hero wasn't found.
Some say he started wandering for greener fields to
How many
roam,
times have I seen this?
but he
More
didn't
times than I
find
can
his
count.
cabin, and his horse stayed there at home.
The very
town
next
is
morning,
dead,
the calf was born, the town's own pride and joy. And the folks will regale you with a gorgeous tale. The tale of a pumpkin cowboy.
So yeah, there we go. That was Pumpkin Cowboy. The day that I started really looking into D&D, or I mean Pathfinder, looking into Pathfinder, and I saw the Leshy, it took until I watched Pumpkin Cowboy again to realize I could just, yeah, Pumpkin Cowboy died. So here's the thought. Pumpkin Cowboy, somebody made like this non-ironic analysis of it, where Pumpkin Cowboy was an outlaw before, he became what he was, just, this rancher. But he despised violence. He caused all these problems, and he did what he had to do, but he didn't want to do that stuff. So I very much made this a character who was, who was out there more the after fact of like, wanting to turn his life around. And that's actually why he was so hurt by what happened with Cowboy Cat, was because he saw himself in Cowboy Cat, and had he not turned his life around, he could have been the one who died that day. But yes, I love Pumpkin Cowboy, so I decided to make that a character. But we're gonna go ahead and start up a new character. I already have Pumpkin Cowboy saved, so we're good with that. And like I said, this is gonna be building that, that grung, that grung dart thrower. So jump in here first, obviously. Oh, that's right. In this, it would actually be the Gripply. So I actually do know at least that, is that in here, it is actually the Gripply that are the frog folk. So, which I think they look just as cool. So I'm gonna make him a Gripply. The background, I don't know what would be exactly equivalent to a like an Outlander. So let's take a look through here real quick. Still trying to learn a lot of this. Gripply, they sound familiar. That is because I'm thinking, I was thinking Hunter itself. So yeah, Stacy, the reason why Hunter sounds why Gripply sounds very familiar is because that name was used in a Candlekeep mystery, which was the Book of Cylinders, and that is where the Gripply were introduced in here. So there is a whole section where they have the Gripply warriors, and they look different. These are, they have like a slightly different design than the grung, whereas the grung have more of that, like, classic look to them. There's also different kinds of grung. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we got the different kinds of grung. But yeah, with D&D, the Gripply were a little bit different. They didn't have that poison ability. So where are we at? There we are. All right, so a hunter, you took down animals, skinned animals, harvest. Okay, so that definitely sounds like a good option. Also trained in tanning. All right, let's take a look. What else we got here? Said about a scout. So we'll see that when we get down here. Here we go. Wanderlust, called you to adventuring. Train survival, lore. I'm actually really thinking more scout. That sounds very much what I'm thinking of. Don't know how you remember. God, if I know. Couldn't tell you. Seems, yeah, that is actually one thing that I really like about Pathfinder, is that there's a lot more backgrounds, but it's for a very good reason. And that is because your backgrounds give you the feats. Your backgrounds actually play a very big role in this stuff. Ooh, a scavenger. Interesting. No, I think I am gonna go scout. I think that makes the most sense. All right, so as for the class, I think this is something where I probably will stick with fighter, just because of the main build, but I really like the idea of this one being a ranger, because I don't know enough about the fighter to say specifically how that build would be best utilized. Because I don't know. Well, actually, let me look at this. Dart. Thrown weapon is larger than an arrow but shorter than a javelin, typically a short staff. So, oh, that's right. Yeah, thrown weapon adds your strength modifier, just like melee, when this trait appears on a melee weapon. So, okay. We're just gonna click give for right now. So I'm like I said, I think I am gonna go. I think I am gonna go with Ranger. Just because mechanically all they do is give you a free ability boost. So, oh yeah, you're talking about the backgrounds, yeah. Well, or am I thinking of something else? Oh, it's no, I'm sorry. It's not the background. It's your ancestry that gives you access to certain feats. That's what it is. Yes. So, and this, you know what? Actually, that aspect of it, to being able to boil it down of an ASI, 2 abilities, a train skill, and a lore, that I like whenever it is that, and a skill feat. So, all right, so we're gonna go Ranger. Okay, so this is actually one of those things that, like, I'm not too crazy about how Pathfinder makes ranged attacks based on strength. That's one of those things that I just don't really care for. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me that, like, I understand if you're stronger, you're able to throw a weapon harder. And I guess that's really like the argument, but I don't know. There's some about it not being based off of dex that kind of gets to me. All right, so we're gonna grab these. What is one terrain? Oh, unless that's like one type of terrain. Yeah, that's the argument I've got. Yeah. All right, we're going to grab stealth. And we're also going to grab... I'm going to say we're going to grab crafting as well. That's... okay, so we choose our terrain. Gotcha. All right. Wonder, can I... Oh, click. Didn't mean to click that. Well, I'm thinking his is going to be forest. So, oh, I forgot to turn the music back on. Funny enough, I wouldn't, even though rainforest might be a thing, I probably wouldn't go rainforest. Yeah, just have to note it somewhere. That's understandable. Oh crap! I need to put this. I need to put up here, Parf Dendro. And they're going to be level 4. All right, and I get an extra skill, and we're going to pop that into medicine. Cool. All right, so the heritage. Poison hide is exactly what we want. So... where is, doesn't it, I thought it, heritages, yeah. So poison hide, yeah, creature touches you such as grappling. Creature takes 1d4 poison damage at 3rd level, and every 2 levels after it increases by a d4. So 100% what I want to go with, or I knew that one actually existed when I started considering trying to build this character. Ancestry feat. This is where I would need to actually take some time. So, proficiency in nature and skill. If you would automatically become trained, you instead become trained in a skill of your choice. Okay. You've trained with weapons suited for marshes and dense forest, blowguns, hatchets, scythes, short bows, and composite short bows. Gain access to all uncommon gripply weapons for the purpose of determining your proficiency. Martial gripply weapons are simple weapons and advanced are martial. Okay. Hunter defense. A creature attacks you and you can see the creature. Okay. The triggering attack roll targets your nature DC instead of your AC. That's interesting. Okay. That's pretty cool. Though this allows you to avoid taking penalties to your AC, it doesn't remove any conditions. For example, an enemy with sneak would still deal extra damage. Okay. Jungle Strider. You ignore difficult terrain in forests and jungles. In addition, when you use the acrobatics skill to balance on narrow surfaces or uneven ground made of plant material, you aren't flat-footed. And when you roll a success on one of these checks, you get a crit instead. Nice. And Nocturnal, you gain dark vision, allowing you to see in darkness. Does this one have it? No, we don't have dark vision in D&D either. So, but I really like being able to get dark vision. But I also kind of like this, but I'm not too tied to that. I think I am gonna go with Nocturnal Gripply. And class feat. So, do not want an animal companion. You have a deep understanding of the crossbow. When wielding a crossbow and use hunt prey or interact to reload, you gain a +2 circumstance bonus to the damage of your next strike. If the crossbow is a simple crossbow, also increase the damage die size for the attack by 1 step. Okay. Gravity weapon. You gain gravity weapon warden spell. Don't know what that means. Let's take a look at that. You build up a gravitational force and funnel it into your blows, leading to more powerful attacks with blade and bow alike. On your first weapon strike each round, you gain a status bonus to damage equal to twice the number of weapon damage dice. Okay, I gotcha. So it's basically I get gravity weapon now. Your attacks are hitting heavier. So here we go. You take 2 quick shots against, so a ranged weapon with reload of 0. You take 2 quick shots against the one you hunt, make 2 strikes against them. If you hit both the same creature, combine their damage for the purpose of resist. Okay. Twin takedown, you make 2 strikes, 1. Yeah, okay, so that's 2 melee, you're 2-handing, it's, you know, Dritz Doerden style. And Monster Hunter, as part of your action to hunt your prey, you can attempt to recall knowledge. Okay, so you and allies, you tell, gain a +1 circumstance bonus to your next attack against them. So I'm gonna go, I really like this idea of a hunted shot, of getting those extra attacks out. Now that does kind of require me to have an item of, you know, reload 0. So let me see something here. So that's reload 1. What would be... Yeah, it usually means a bow. I don't think thrown weapons have a reload. Gotcha. Okay. Why did I click to do it this way? Oh, wait, there's weapons. That's what I was looking for. All right, so reload here on the side. Let's load remaining. All right, so air repeater, guns and gears, probably not going to go with anything like that. Long air repeater. So a composite longbow and a composite short bow. A longbow. A shuriken. And whatever these are. Oh, a dart. Where's that shuriken? So that specifically says monk. So the multiple attack, okay, yeah, that's understandable. Abilities with this trait are from the monk class. A weapon with this... All right, Ms. Roy, this is where your expertise comes into play. If this says monk trait, does that mean that monks are the only ones able to get that? Or does that simply mean that this counts kind of like in 5e, where there are, you know, you can have stuff where something is considered a monk weapon for you? Is that what that means? Is that counts as a monk weapon to get your, like, you know, your specialties? No, it just counts non-monks. Okay, awesome. Awesome. That is so good to know. All right, so what is that? That is just called a shuriken. So we're going to go back into... Oh, wait, there was that one. So we're going to add that. And we're going to add the shuriken. So I think the shuriken is definitely the more appropriate one. So we're going to go ahead and delete that. We're also going to delete the dart. So our character is using shurikens. That's awesome. So you can throw this. It still uses that strength. Class DC. Okay. All right. So Hunter's Edge. I've trained for countless hours. And choose a Hunter's Edge. So Flurry. You have trained to unleash a devastating flurry of attacks upon your prey. Your multiple attack penalty is -3 or -2 with Agile, and your second of the turn. Wait, your multiple attack on your second and -5 and okay on third. Okay, so that's pretty sick. Blend your weapon with skillful targeting to make a series of precision attacks. If you have master proficiency with your weapon, your multiple attack penalty is -1 with an agility and -2. Wow. Okay. Outwit. I really don't even think I need to read that. And yeah, you know what? Flurry is 100% what we're going with. That kind of goes into the same idea of the quick toss maneuver over here of just being able to get those extra attacks, and fighters in general, you know, like if we bump this version of Parf up to 5, now we're getting that extra attack. Now we have 2 attacks every round. We have the bonus action attack, and we can action surge, getting us 5 attacks in 1 action. Flurry Rangers are scary good. I can see that. That's freaking crazy. So Toxic Skin. So it is kind of disappointing. It is kind of disappointing that the Toxic Skin is not something that can be like applied to that. So that is kind of a bit disappointing, but it's okay. All right, so second level feat. Now we're starting to get into some crazier stuff. So this is that gravity weapon. This allows us to just dish out a little bit extra damage, but you interact to draw a weapon, then strike with that weapon. There's something you can eventually do with Toxic Skin, but not for a while. Gotcha. United Assault. You've learned make a strike. Your strike gains a circumstance bonus to damage rolls equal to the number of other different creatures that target. Okay, so that one's okay. That's understandable. Already know Twin Takedown. Relentless Striker. Stride up to your speed in tandem with the triggering creature. Oh, an adjacent creature you are hunting attempts to move away. Interesting. So I'm really thinking Quick Draw, because I don't know how many of these I can have. And I also know, yeah, I would assume, I assumed as much that, you know, like with 5e, you know, you have to take that that particular fighting style that allows you to draw a weapon as part of the attack. So that's totally understandable. So definitely gonna grab Quick Draw. Now we got a skill feat. We got a lot of options. So Acrobatic Performer, that's, I already have acrobatics, but that could be set of performance. Okay. Alchemical Crafting. You can use the craft activity to create alchemical items. you immediately add the formula. I'm curious about that one. I know what assurance does. That's basically passive skills. Battle medicine. Okay. Ooh, combat climber. You're not flat-footed while climbing. You can climb with a hand occupied. Okay. Dubious knowledge. I've looked into some of these before, so I already know what some of these do. Quick jump. I mean, that kind of makes sense for a frog. Snare crafting. Titan wrestler. Ooh, that would actually be pretty funny. To do this, set up this Titan wrestler with a Gripply that poison, just running up and grabbing onto them. Honestly, I actually kind of like this idea of the alchemical crafting. You immediately add the formulas for 4 common first level alchemical items to your... Okay, so what would that be? Okay. So what would that be? Alchemical, so that's... So would that be something like this? You know what, let me do it this way. There we go. I gotta turn this back to normal. First level alchemical items. So, okay, here's alchemical items. This includes non-magical items that rely... Rules for alchemical items, including bombs, are located here. So, first level. Chemical poisons. Contact. So, how does this particularly work? You can use the craft activity to create alchemical items. When you select this feat, you immediately add the formulas for 4 common first level alchemical items. So, all alchemical items have the alchemical trait. Rolls for creating these, and you must have alchemical crafting skill. Critically failing. Okay, so these are the things, and then what would be I guess what would be a common first level? Would that just be this? Oh, I guess item 1. Yeah, that would be that. Okay. So let's focus on alchemical poisons. Aha! Here we are. This is what I want to look at. So, alchemical ammunition. Gotcha. Okay, so let's look at bombs. Ooh. We got a lot of bombs. What's alchemical other? Okay, I don't need to worry about that. I imagine I don't need to worry about plants. Yeah, no. Tools. Yep, nope. All right, so we're going to focus on bombs and poisons. Now, I guess, can I... I kind of wish that there was a... I kind of wish that in these there was like a little spot where I could put just a note. I guess I can just do it in here, so this will be fine. So we're gonna do lore is going to be forest, and alchemical items. All right, so what are we looking at? So we only have these two here, but look at that. Spear frog poison, spear frog poison. A single spear frog yields enough toxin to craft 1 dose of spear frog poison. It's a DC 15 fort save, lasts for 6 rounds, and does 1d4. That's perfect. I feel like depending on the GM, I almost said DM, but I'm gonna try and be system appropriate. I feel like based on the GM, you might be able to argue that this could be rubbed off from you. I guess that would be up to the GM, but I'm gonna say spear frog poison, at least for right now. Beyond that, we got a shit ton in here that we can look at. So I think I can... Let's results display. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, I was wondering if there was a way to like not have certain things on there, but that's fine. Ooh, oh yeah, actually, here we go. Show all filters. Wait, where's the level? Oh well. Okay, so bioluminescent, alchemy fire, bottle lightning, dread ampule. Oh wait, actually, common. Okay, whew. So I can't do bioluminescent. Okay, so hold on. No, yeah, we're just gonna do common. So there we go. So these are the ones. You'll still need to use the crafting rules to use them. I'd be cool with saying you could use your own now. Yeah, so basically, you know, unlike D&D, where, you know, this version of Parf is able to can apply poison to any piercing weapon as part of the attack action. With this, it is, you are doing this in your own time. You're basically sitting there like, you know, on a treadmill or something, working up a nice sweat, and then taking all of those shurikens and just like rubbing it on your skin. that's how it's playing off in my mind right now. All right, so what do we have here? What do we have available to us? We have Thunderstone, Tanglefoot Bag. That's interesting. So it's a speed penalty. Necrotic Bomb. So that's, yeah, negative energy. Ghost Charge. That's interesting as well. What is Blight? Oh, it's more poison. Okay, totally. The Leshy Druid is in one of my games, has been using their own roots and berries to make alchemical elixirs. That's pretty sick. That is pretty fucking slick. Okay, so I'm probably gonna go with Acid Flask, Blight Bomb, and Necrotic Bomb. I think those are... No, actually... Yeah, no, Dread Ampule. Dread Ampule. Acid Flask, Blight Bomb, Blight Bomb, and Dread Ampule. And the reason I'm going with that is because, oh damn, that added so much more than I wanted. The reason I want to go with that is because Acid Flask makes sense that you'd be able to find some acidic things within the forest. Blight is obviously its own poison, so that's its thing. I like the idea of a Dread Ampule that does poison, as well as becoming frightened, because of the idea of like licking a frog and hallucinating and being terrified. That concept is right with that. So there we go. We have the alchemical items of a Spear Frog poison, an Acid Flask, a Blight Bomb, and a Dread Ampule. I wonder if that is... Oh, here we go. Wow. They were in there. Oh, and I could have probably just like looked at these ones. Oh well, that's fine. So we know what we're not gear. We know what we're getting. We're getting a Dread Ampule. Dread Ampule. A Blight Bomb. And a... What was that one? Spear Frog. Spear Frog poison. There we go. Now we got everything where we need it. We don't need it over here. Perfectly fine. All right. Do I get armor? I don't know. Hey, Mizroy, answer me this. So, the Ranger is trained in light armor, medium armor, and unarmored. What determines what armor I have? You just start with those for free. You can always buy more formulas. Oh, nice. Wow. Okay. Wow. A level 1 item is 1 gold. That's pretty badass. Oh, you buy it. That's it. All right. So how do I know how much money I'm starting with? Because I don't see anything that would argue with that. I do just want a simple shield. But I know that that's like a thing. Where does it even show how much gold I have? Oh, I have 15 gold. Wow. Okay. So, what are you looking at? Tough skin. Studded leather. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Nice. All right. So now on to our level 3 stuff, because we're only going up to level 4. So now on to level 3. We are going to go expert into crafting. And that, I think, is pretty understandable why. Because with this character, you know, more of the, unlike with the D&D one where I was able to do, you know, more of the combat stuff because I was already getting that poison from the racial trait. With this, I really have to build that up. So, plus I already have these, you know, these decent scores up here. What is crafting based on? Is that intelligence? Does it say? Crafting. Yeah, okay, so this is definitely intelligence. All right, so that might change where that is. Yep, that changed it. You add things by leveling. I know sort of works like that. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing as, you know, it's kind of the same thing as going through on, you know, your character in here, where, you know, it's kind of the same thing. Like if we went in and made a new character, you know, we would, you know, select our base options, much like we did in, you know, with the other one. You know, we would much the same pick our ancestry. So, oops, I pulled that off the screen there. So, you know, we're gonna pick our ancestry. So, you know, whatever we decide to go with, and then, you know, whereas on D&D, you know, in Pathfinder, this stuff down here, your heritage and your ancestry, is decided, you know, at just a slightly later step. In here, that's all kind of determined, you know, once you pick what your race is. Then you go to your class first, because your class is going to determine a lot more. Whereas here, it starts out with the background. And then, you know, once you decide what you're going to be, you could go like, okay, I'm going to set these up, you know, now I'm going to set, you know, whatever these are. And then I'm going to do my favorite enemy, and I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to go to level 2, you know, and then that would be just how you do it. But I could also just jump this up to 5 like I did with, you know, with Parf, and just immediately get up to that 5th level. Whereas over here, it is kind of the same thing. These are all of our options for our different levels. But yeah, like Mizroy said, one of the biggest differences between 5e and Pathfinder is that you're making a choice at every level. You know, it's not like in 5e where, oh yeah, at 5th level, this fighter doesn't make a choice. Okay, at 5th level, you get extra attack. That's what you get. Every fighter, no matter who you are, gets extra attack at 5th level. But, and you know, let's just say, let's say 3rd level. Okay, so 3rd level, we got our subclass. So everyone's gonna get something a little bit different. But for us, 3rd level is a new feat, a general feat. We have a lot of options. It's actually one thing I really like about Pathfinder is there's so much diversity when it comes to designing your characters, that you could have 2, you know, human fighters and then be drastically different. Whereas in 5e, you really have to have different subclasses. Like, you know, one of you could be an Eldritch Knight focusing on more of the magic and the arcane, and the other one could be a Cavalier focusing on mounted combat, or, you know, you could be a Rune Knight focusing on, you know, learning the craft and stuff like that. What is this? Your knowledge of items constructions allow you to discern their magical effects as well. You can use crafting instead of the skilled. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so nope, I don't need to worry about that. What do we got here? Folk dowsing. Oh, I've heard about this. Yeah, the dowsing rods. I never did properly make a character. Only started, then left the tab open. Yeah, I've done that a couple times. I think this would be my 8th character that I've made. Improvised repair. That's cool. Until the item takes damage again, you can use it. Nice. Keen follower. Keen observation. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the follow the expert is a thing. I heard about this. It's an activity, yeah. A skilled character can help out less skilled characters who choose to follow the expert. It's a good way to help a character with a low stealth modifier sneak around. Yeah. This is, I love this concept of follow the expert. Yes. Also this, the fact that, okay, no, let me say this, okay? Exploration activities, having this list, this is something that I have been very heavily considering adding into my 5e games. You know, saying like, okay, you guys are traveling from this point to this point, or you're going through a dungeon or some kind of place. What are you doing as you walk? And offering these options, you know, avoid notice, defend, you know, hustle, stuff like this is just very interesting. Not secretly following an expert. So here, oh wait, I clicked the wrong, yeah. So page, so follow the expert. So follow the expert. Damn it, one of my roomies just told me about a magic item that your character needs. Please, if you can, absolutely post a link. So the way that follow the expert works is it allows somebody who doesn't have a skill in something get a bonus by, you know, mimicking what somebody who is good as it does. Yeah, here it is. Choose an ally attempting a reoccurring skill check while exploring, such as climbing or performing a different exploration tactic, like avoiding notice. The ally must be at least an expert in the skill and must be willing to provide assistance. While following the expert, you match their tactic or attempt similar skill checks. Thanks to your ally's assistance, you can add your level as a proficiency bonus to the skill check, even if you're untrained. Additionally, you gain a circumstance bonus to your skill check based on your ally's proficiency, +2 for expert, 3 for master, 4 for legendary. This is something that is very interesting to me because one of the things that kind of sucks about, like, people just, you know, moving through a dungeon, there's not always a lot to do. But avoiding notice is, you know, being more stealthy. Defend puts you up to being, you know, able to defend against oncoming attacks. Here we go. Yeah, so all of these, you know, all of these little things in here. So avoid notice. You attempt a skill check to avoid notice while traveling at half speed. So if you have swift sneak, you can move at full speed, but can't use other activities while you're doing this. You know, maybe if you are wanting to, you know, scout ahead for the rest of the party. So At the start of the next encounter, every creature in your party gains a +1 circumstance bonus to the activity because you've warned them. You know, we know what Follow the Expert is. This is a crazy one that I really enjoy. Repeat a spell. If you are casting a spell that is a cantrip that is at least 2 actions or fewer, you can just keep doing that. What's up, PCM? How you doing tonight? All right, what is this? So we got this magic item that my character needs. Varmints of the Vault. Ooh. I'm assuming it's the Thrower's Bandolier. How? So what is this? The bandolier is covered in straps and pouches capable of holding up to 2 bulk items. Up to 2 bulk of one-handed thrown weapons. A thrower's bandolier is a +1 weapon potency rune etched into it and can be etched with runes as though they were one-handed. Okay, when you invest, you can attune to all the weapons sheathed in it. Whenever you draw a weapon, the bandolier's runes are replicated onto that weapon. Any runes already on the weapon are suppressed, and any runes previously replicated are removed. That is awesome. That is awesome. The Thrower's Bandolier. Damn. All weapons attuned to the bandolier, not including... Oh, wow. Return to the bandolier. Holy shit. So not only are you getting that +1 weapon potency rune, holy shit. So you're throwing out, you know, all of these, friggin' shurikens, and then you activate the ability and they're all back to you. That's awesome. Is that in here? Is that a thing? Or is that like a homebrew thing? Yeah, not in here. So that must be, oh, it is. Yeah. Community tab. That's awesome. That's so cool. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to post this. I want to post this link in the Discord. Doing good, just roaming around Twitch while making a character. Ah, tell us about him. What kind of character you making there, PCM? It's coming out in the new book. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Hell yeah, that's sick. I can't wait for that. All right, so what are we taking as our 3rd level feat? Magical crafting. You can craft magic items, though some have requirements. When you select this feat, you gain formulas for 4 common magic items of 2nd level or lower. Okay. Nope. There we go. D&D? Yeah, what kind of character you making there? Consumable. No, I already did that one. So far I got the class down. I want to play a Soul Knife Rogue. Very nice. I love me some Soul Knife Rogue. It's a fun ass class to play. Turns out I'm not good at making a backstory that isn't tragic. It's fine. You're playing a rogue. It's totally worth it. What's up, non-binary binary mushroom? How you doing tonight? Hey, welcome back, Zingy. Glad to hear you got your schoolwork done. All right. So we can make magic items. There's magic listed in here. Oof, that's a big table. I want to play a happy character for once. It'd be fun if my one happy character was a rogue. Then I mean, if they're a soul knife, so let's look at the build. Soul knives are great. I played a soul knife in a one shot once. Really like the design. So one of the things you have to consider is that they're more about playing on the psionics. They're one of the more psionic based characters. So maybe you could have maybe you could be a soul knife rogue that is you know, that is built as a spy. You know, somebody who could a one-shot count as a D&D match? Explain what you mean by D&D match, and I will try and answer that. So I would say if you are doing a soul knife and you want them to be like a happier kind of character, you could be that, like, your goal is to build your knowledge base. You're doing everything you can to steal information from people and build up your knowledge and information of the world. Like a D&D match. So, Mushroom, are you saying D&D match as in like a 4-hour session? Or so when you have to try and figure out what that means, are you referring to like an encounter, which is just, you know, can be any small interaction within a game? Yes, like a 4-hour session. Yes. Okay, so if that is your question, could a one-shot count as a session? That is actually the definition of a one-shot. The concept of a one-shot is that you are getting it done in one session. So yes, the answer to that is yes. I grew up in a loving home with both my mother and my father. We lived in the suburbs. I grew up with a beautiful wife and kids. Now I'm here. Yeah, you know what? I would say, Zingy, yeah, that's kind of the idea that I had with it. So PCM, if you wanted to, you could definitely do it where your main thing is, you know, is data recovery, you know, spying and getting information. Doesn't have to be a tragic character. You are like seeking. That's just your job. Thank you. I'm very new to D&D sessions in general. Well, Mushroom, you came to the right place. I'm glad to offer my advice where I can, and give you help if you have it. So for those of you that are new to the stream, right above me is a link to my Discord, and also there's a button right below me on Twitch that says Discord. If you click that, head over to the channel. If you have questions, feel free to ask me stuff there. Kelf knows this stuff and gives us free books in the Discord. That is true. For those of you that are watching, I do have a fairly extensive digital library. There is a channel in there. Feel free to utilize the books that I have. If I had physical copies to lend you all out, I would do so. But definitely definitely check out the Discord. There's a lot of good people in there, constantly hanging around. So, all right. Let's jump back real quick and get this character. Let's get Parf Dendro on Pathfinder built up. I was looking at the puzzle book because my puzzles are lacking for sure. Yeah, dude, those puzzles, predicaments, books, those are great references. I might honestly read all of them. Please do indeed. They are there for that reason. The archives exist for the express purpose of me sharing the collection that I have built up over years to those that are either new to the hobby, looking for, you know, resources and learning how to do stuff. They're there for the experienced players who, you know, maybe you've done a lot of these things, but like somebody has this, you know, this new option that you haven't seen before. So definitely check that out. If you do join the Discord, underneath the Tavern tab is the archives, and there's 4 links in there to some Discord folders. So there's one that is for adventures that has campaigns and one-shots, and you know, full source setting sources. There's the D&D books, which has all of the odds and ends PDFs, stuff like Seeker's Guide to Twisted Taverns, Stibble's Codex, how to make one-shots are in there. And then I have my other 2 folders for maps and tokens. So if you are interested in any of that, please feel free to use it. All right, so let's pick a feat for Parf Dendro. So I already looked at a lot of these. Quick jump, I'm still really liking. The option of quick jump. What is this? Your proficiency bonus to untrained skills is equal to half your level instead of +0. Okay, that's pretty interesting. It's kind of like a bard ability, like Jack of all trades. Interesting. Thorough search. I did like that craft one. Being able to identify magic items. That's cool. I like the idea of running a one-shot where the tavern is just a massive dungeon. Then Zingy. If that is, if that's what you're interested in, Tales from the Yawning Portal. that's this whole thing. Tales from the Yawning Portal is an entire book that contains multiple adventures throughout. Some really powerful, some, you know, not as bad. The entire idea is that everything takes place inside the Yawning Portal, and that's like the whole thing. So yeah, Twisted Taverns is definitely more of like, you have different kinds of taverns and running adventures in each one of them. I've used Twisted Taverns for inspiration on a session that I ran once before, whenever my players were staying at a tavern. I used it more for like the NPCs that were available in there and stuff like that. Less of like really digging into the adventure within, because I already had kind of an idea about how I wanted to do it. I need to pick that up because I want my players to suffer through Tomb of Horrors. If you are looking to run Tomb of Horrors, nope, not XP to level 2. Do this one. I'm going to link out this video. There is a PDF that you can download. So the PDF is free. Actually, hold on. Let me double check one thing. I thought I had this. Yeah, Jacob. Yes. If you go to run Tomb of Horrors, run his. I have run Tomb of Horrors in both facets of doing it the Tomb of Horrors way and the other one. So I personally believe that running Jacob's version is so much better than running the real one. The real one is just punishing for punishing's sake and does not have it just has points where your players will just be punished for no reason. If you are curious to see how come on, I want my players to truly suffer as much as walking through a portal. So here's the thing. In Tomb of Horrors, in the first hallway, so Tomb of Horrors, in the first hallway, it is, here it is. In this first hallway, right here, number 6, it's not that it steals your stuff, it just kills you. Just kills you. So yeah, if you are looking to run it, I highly recommend running Jacob's version of it. I'm gonna put a link here. The insta kill. Yeah, it's just a sphere of annihilation. I'm gonna put a link here in the chat. That is the link to the video where I ran his version of it for a Halloween one-shot for a couple of my friends. So if you're interested to see how I would run that, that is available there. All right, you know what? I think I'm still so hesitant on picking magical crafting. The players still suffered, like they still had their own, they still had to do stuff and worry about things, but it was nowhere near as bad. I said I did run it for people in 2E with the characters statted up in the back. They had no real attachments. Anytime they died, I took their characters, tore them in half, and gave them a new one. Yeah, back in the day when whenever you would come to the table with 2 or 3 characters brought, set up. Yeah, it definitely was a different time. Funny enough, I don't have that, but let me go grab something real quick. All right, there we go. Kelf is a ghost. Yeah, that's why my that's why my icon is. I've returned now, but I'm on my PC. So let me turn on my desk camera back. Or oh, that was the wizard hat. All right, so a few years back, my wife's uncle gave me this stack of books. And periodically I dig through here for inspiration on stuff if I really am starting to lack. Obviously, you know, got the OG, got the chainmail, you know, PHB, DMG Monster Manual, Fiend Folio. This is not like the good copy of Deities and Demigods. There was one that was like they put out like an original version and then they reprinted it by taking certain things out. Yeah, complete war game guide. But then this is where we really jump into it because, you know, obviously the adventures. So I go through these every now and again. You know, Danger of Dunwater. This was redone for Ghosts of Saltmarsh. I go through these every now and again. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't have the Cthulhu stuff because they took that out because of H.P. Lovecraft. So, yeah, unfortunately, when I found that out, they were like, there was people online like, you could have, you know, this version and it's worth X amount. I looked and I didn't. Do I have the original Tomb of Horrors? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I want to double check. It's been a while since I dug through this. Oh yeah, so here's the basic rolls, the expert rolls. Slavers keep on there. Oasis, White Palm, against the Cult of the Reptile, Sword March, Village of Hamlet. That was the same one twice. All of his old character sheets, yeah, and then Dragon Magazine. Yeah, no, I do not, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, I do not. But yeah, like I said, I occasionally jump through here if I'm really desperate, for some information. Got to move this bag out of my way. There we go. Put these back in a little bit. There we go. I'll put you out of the way. Actually, I'm gonna be flying out to Arizona this week. I recently picked up this D&D game, Rock Paper Wizard. Looking forward to playing that when I get out there. All right. Damn, I wonder how much. You know what? Funny enough, I want to say there was a guy that lived not too far from me who he went through like either his like mom's house or his brother's old storage container, and he had a bunch of D&D books. I met him the one day when I was when he was walking around my neighborhood. I'm trying to see if I have a message, if I still have the text from him. Because he was, I want to say he had it. I don't know if it's going to be in here. Oh, wait, actually, here it is. Nope, so... No, he didn't. He did have some, he did have a bunch of Shadowrun books. That was the coolest thing. Mostly $60 to $100. Yeah, I was gonna ask about that other guy collection. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I don't think I fully realized the size of that collection. Yeah, no, it wasn't. I mean, it's a good stack. I very rarely use it. I think I have at least one copy of Tomb of Horrors. Another. Yeah, these are all used. Well, yeah, these are all very used. Some of them are just straight up written in. But I'll tell you what, there's some good details in here. You know, really just some good details about you know, if you really want to get into the grips of what D&D was before. So, all right, 4th level for Parfdendro, 4th level class feature. So we now have access to Disrupt Prey. Your hunted prey is within reach, and it uses manipulate action, uses a move action, or leaves a square. You make a melee strike. Okay, not looking to do melee strikes. What is this? An enemy hits you with a melee strike, or an enemy targets you, flinging your body into a twisting somersault. You get a +2 to your AC. If it still hits, you can step to an open space still within the triggering, turning the impact of the blow into momentum. Interesting. Giant Hunter. Okay, so specifically for giants. Ooh, running reload. I don't actually need to worry about that. You know what? Twin takedown. No. You know what? I really actually like this idea of a flip. He's a frog after all. And I took the quick jump, so it totally makes sense. Yeah. And then a new skill feat, and we have access to 4th level stuff, such as Efficient Explorer. So that's an ambush tactics. Did I say totally? I maybe had said totally. Practice the best way to ambush. In any combat during which an enemy rolls stealth to determine initiative, you can choose to roll initiative with a lore check. Interesting. You know what? I don't know what I want to go with. What are we gonna take here? So we're really building into this idea of a very fast thrown weapon, quick moving character. So maybe acrobatic performer. That might do something. I like this ambush tactics though. Catfall. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna go with that. I think that sounds right for this character. Avoiding taking damage from falling. Yeah. Here we go. All right. So that is the setup there for Parfdendro, our Gripply Scout Ranger. He throws shurikens, wears some studded leather, and has the ability to coat his weapons in poison. Yeah, so for those of you that have joined since starting to build Parfdendro, the main idea behind this was to build a character that was build the same character in 2 different instances, where one was built in Pathfinder and one was built in D&D 5e. So the character in question is a frog person, is a poison dart frog. The build idea was of a poison dart frog who would throw poisoned weapons, and be very quick and agile, that ability to jump around. So we went through and we built Parfdendro, the name given to us by our good friend, Friendly Man. and Dendro coming from the classification of poison dart frogs. But yeah, with the 5e build being of a battle master fighter, with the thrown weapon fighting style, as well as quick toss, allowing us to get a bonus action to attack with that. We could have gone with Monk, but Monk does not afford us the same ability for like flurry of blows and whatnot, because unfortunately this is just like, even if we went with Kensei or something, which is more focused on weapons, most of the stuff is really built with the hand-to-hand combat. Kensei is the one, you know, built for weapons, but it really did not help us with this, because flurry of blows is unarmed strikes, and we want more hand-to-hand combat, or we want more dart combat. So that's what we got going for Parf over here. We have +7 to hit on our darts, 1d4 +4, +2 from our thrown weapon property, plus 2d4 from the poison skin feature right down here. And on top of that, we also took resilient, giving us some extra bonuses to our decks. We want to be very fast, so got that in spades. Then we built the character for Pathfinder using the Gripply Ancestry, Scout Ranger, Poison Hide, and really focused this one on that crafting aspect, whereas the 5e one is more combat focused. The Pathfinder one is definitely built more for the crafting aspect of it, because that's a bigger setup. You get that at level 5. Yeah, I don't have that one yet. So I have considered upgrading in order to get more features with this. What I'm actually really waiting for with Pathfinder is Nexus. I've signed up in order to get access to it whenever that time comes. But you know, Nexus basically being D&D Beyond, but for Pathfinder, and built by the same people. Very much looking forward to that. That'll be a fun time once that's out, and can sink all the time and effort I can into it. All right. So that sets us up for our 2 characters. Now, what I plan on doing with these, don't know yet. There's you know, always other options, or you know, so many times as a DM, you know, make a character and then never get to properly use them. But I am gonna save this character. There we go. For what it's worth, the upgrade to PF2 is $5 donation. Yeah, like I said, I probably am going to do that. I feel like it's definitely worth it. Yeah, we got a lot of characters here. I'd like to rebuild some of these in Pathfinder just to really see what they would look like over there. That's a big thing of what I've been doing in recent weeks, is taking some of the characters that I've built, like my Dragonborn Paladin, Damsel, you know, Captain Ventry Forte, the crazy the crazy warlock captain. Yeah, I got a lot of options to play with, and wanted to actually sit down with just a fresh character. That was a big thing I wanted to do today. So many character worlds, not rules. All right, what is the special thing you had planned for tonight? Or are we gonna look at your rules? Your world. So the thing that I was gonna be doing is actually something that kind of goes in line with a thing that we've already kind of discussed tonight. So as funny as it is that that we had non-binary mushroom come in and ask a few questions, that is actually the core concept behind something that I've been having thoughts of in recent weeks, of doing a segment here on my stream, more sporadically whenever I have time to do it, of answering questions that people have about D&D and RPGs in general. Now, I obviously don't know nearly as much about Pathfinder, so, you know, hopefully folks like Mizroy, Bardo, you know, the two of you have helped me a lot. But one place that I go to a lot to offer my my advice and to offer my, you know, assistance to folks is over on the DM Academy. I want to hear the extensive lore on Ember Mites. Okay, you want to hear the extensive lore on Ember Mites. So, have you ever heard of the D&D Wheel of Cosmology? If you have not, let me regale you. So basically, in the Great Wheel of Cosmology, the planes of existence, you have a slew of locations. So right here in the very center, we have the material plane. This is everything that we in the D&D world will generally know. I just call this absolute hell for my eyes. Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard to see. Let me see if I can find another picture. This is the same picture. Hold on. Is this one a little better? This one is a little better. Oh yeah, this is that's actually worse on my eyes, but here we go. That would probably actually no, this looks good. About this, or no, here, perfect. This much better. All right, so basically the Great Wheel, the cosmology, the various planes of existence. The material plane is what we know. So in D&D, when you are just kind of out and about, you're in the material plane. Now, from the material plane, you have the positive plane, which is, you know, going up, and you have the negative plane, which is going down. Now, the positive, so the positive shadow, almost, of the material plane is the Feywild, and the negative shadow is the Shadowfell. And the way to think about this is that these are planes of existence that are just barely separated from each other. There are ways to get in and out of them in various options. So heaven and hell, but 100 times more complicated. Yes. Beyond that, we have the ethereal plane, which is where spirits and ghosts exist. They can traverse across all of these. And where the Ember Mites fall into all of this is just outside of that, in the elemental plane of chaos, where you have air, water, earth, and fire. So any creature in D&D that has the tag of elemental has some attribution. Yeah, there we go. Has some attribution to that. Now, do planewalkers exist in this or no? Depending on the system, depending on the rule set you want to use, yes, planewalkers are just Planewalkers are just people who have gained the ability to traverse the planes of their own free accord. So because D&D does exist like tangentially with the Magic the Gathering universe, there is crossover. So within the elemental plane of chaos, the plane of fire is where anything that's associated with fire would be, and the plane of earth obviously is where anything earth would be. So the plane of fire is generally a magma-filled, ever-burning place of just kind of hellfire. There are places that exist within it. The city of Brass, for example, is a fairly notable location in that. But it's like 50,000 degrees or something like that. It's kind of ridiculous how hot it is in like the city, in the city of Brass and on the elemental plane of fire. I don't even know if I could find the actual number, but the plane of earth, so the plane of earth is going to be a lot of the rocky stuff with it. So that's going to be where you'll have, like earth elementals, the djinn. So it's a lot, like when you go there, it's just mountains and rock and just minerals in general. So ember mites, if ember mites fall in anywhere, they would fall in somewhere between the plane of fire and the plane of earth as a quasi-plane. Because you can have demi-planes where like fire and air is the demi-plane of like plasma and lightning. The demi-plane between fire and earth would be the plane of magma. Air and fire I think would be it'd be lightning. Water and air would be the demi-plane of vapors and stuff like that. So if ember mites existed within the cosmology, they are an elemental, they would exist somewhere around fire and earth. So that right there is the extensive lore. They are birthed when trees made of this hard earthen elemental material is burnt down by a fire that intercedes from the elemental plane of fire. So when one of these almost like mineralistic trees is burnt down from elemental fire, the char that is left, that pile, if there is enough magic innate within that pile of detritus that is left over, that is where ember mites birth from. So that's the extensive lore on ember mites. All right, follow-up question on this. Where is Olivia, my love, and Innistrad? I could not tell you that. I unfortunately don't know enough about MTG to really give you that. I guess if anything, Innistrad would probably be just like a demi-plane between the material plane and the Shadowfell, because I know that Innistrad is like gothic, so I would say it's somewhere between the Shadowfell and the demi-plane. Like I said, unfortunately, I don't know enough about Magic to really tell you where that one would be. So what so what I was saying about a Q&A segment is what I would like to do is occasionally I go on DM Academy here on Reddit, and I love going through this first time DM mega thread, and what I would like to do is offer anybody who joins this, anyone who's in the Discord, I'm going to put up a new channel in there that is called DMAK DMAC, or Dungeon Master Advice Corner. And this goes for anyone who has ran games. If you are, it would be a channel where those in the community can post their questions. If you have a question about, running a game, about stuff about your players, if you're just looking for advice, you have a question about something, having a place where those can be like specifically set to, but also going through this Reddit, particularly this mega thread, and just answering some of these, getting you guys, getting your opinions, us talking about this stuff, because this is the kind of stuff that I love. D&D in general, but teaching as well. I didn't know that exists. Yeah, the DM Academy is somewhere that I've been a part of for a while. So for new and experienced DMs to ask questions. Olivia basically was supposed to marry this dude named Markov, who's a vampire, and Olivia's too. They just also fed off people there. But anyways, the Markov is betrayed by his brother, whose name is Soren, and he's going to marry Olivia, but then Markov comes back. I believe they fight. And for some reason, there's werewolves. Oh, that name sounds so familiar now. I had a werewolf deck. Oh, shoot. Was the werewolf cards black and green, or green and red? I had werewolf cards. Because I remember having cards that if I played them and I took so much damage or I did something, I could flip it over and I had the normal version and then the werewolf version. God, that was so long ago. It would I could probably dig those out somewhere. But yeah, like I said, talking about this, this DM Academy stuff, one of the things that I've been thinking about doing is doing small streams here and there. Again, I don't know what the frequency would be, but just going in here and answering some of these questions, and potentially down the line, if I can organize it, getting other DMs in on the chat with me. To answer these questions, having more insight from other members of the community. So, yes, there's red and green werewolves. They reintroduced the Dane. Yeah, that's right. You had to do the night stuff. So werewolf cards are night and day bound, so yeah, that was always the thing. That's why I couldn't actually run it. I had so much struggle with it. So like I was saying, what I want to do tonight, just for a little bit. I know it's already, it's 10 after 1 over here, and I got some stuff to do tomorrow right before we head out. But I want to go through some of these, get your opinions about what you guys think about this kind of content, and then we'll see if we can do something like this more in the future. All right, so talk about a D&D jet ski. All right. Before I jump into this DM Academy stuff, I thought about that, and funny enough, to mention the elemental planes of chaos, it's actually very, very easy to do that. That is, that's super simple. It's decanters of endless water, strapped to anything you can sit on. That's it. You use a decanter of endless water, strap it to something, say geyser, and there you go. You're moving along. You could also open up, it's magic. It's, kind of BS magic in a sense. You could also open up a plane of a very small plane to the elemental, or a portal to the elemental plane of air, that would propel you. So, in fact, that's actually how I built one of the worlds of Omera and how some of the floating cities functioned. Actual question: do you think killing players is okay or no? Should I feel bad if an encounter kills a player, and have I failed as a DM by making okay? First part of that question: do I think killing players is okay? Absolutely. Should you feel bad if an encounter kills a player? That depends. And have you failed as a DM by making it too hard? No. Killing, yeah. Oh, you know what? No, Mizroy's right. Killing players is not okay. Killing PCs, killing their characters is. Good catch on that, Mizroy. So believing that you are referring to PCs. So here's my rule of thumb. If an encounter is too hard for no reason other than being hard, and one of your players, your players struggle through it, that's more on your, that's more on the DM's shoulder. But if your players are given the resources to learn the dangers of an encounter, so if you are introducing, say, lava, if they're traveling to a volcano and you're going to have these lava geysers that are, spewing up out of this river of lava that they have to cross. No, I was meaning the actual people. I put, God damn it. So if you were having, your players traveling to this volcano and you had like a river of lava that they had to cross, and you wanted to have this moment of these like geysers of lava coming up, and maybe it was enough to kill your players. Okay. If they bad rules, maybe they fall into the lava or something like that, but have it be as they're traveling to that location, they see these geysers in the lava, shooting up. So when they arrive at that crossing, they know the dangers. Now, if you had them walking up to this encounter and they were now starting to cross on these like floating rocks, or they were having to figure out some way across, and then out of nowhere you said, roll a dexterity save, and everybody rolls, and you have the paladin roll really low, and you say, oh, a lava geyser comes out, you take 10d10 worth of damage, and the paladin's like, I'm down. And it's like you fall into the lava and your body is burning. It's like you just kind of sprang something on your players that they had no way to anticipate. It was a trap that was not telegraphed, and that kind of sucks. But if you have it built up where, you guys see these lava geysers in the distance, or as they're traversing these rocks, they see the lava starting to bubble and boil, and you see like little spurts coming up. That gives them the indication of, okay, maybe I need to take the dodge action. Maybe we need to dodge before this happens. The paladin puts up his shield, somebody casts, the shield spell, or, the cleric casts Shield of Faith on themselves. So, but if you give that information to your players, or you have an encounter where maybe your players are raiding the camp of a hobgoblin cult, or you know, a hobgoblin clan, and they've been told that they use cockatrice poison in their weapons. You know, and you have it where outside of this hobgoblin camp there are petrified statues of people, and your players still go up and they're still going in there fighting, and you know, you have one of the hobgoblins go up and, you know, grapples the player and holds a knife to the throat, and you see the poison dripping, and it's like, don't try anything funny. And then your characters try something funny, and because of that they die. That's on them. You shouldn't feel bad when a PC dies because of a decision that a PC has made and the consequences that follow their actions. But you should always give them the opportunity to either bypass it, telegraph it, or somehow give them the knowledge to understand why what happened. Or they use magic to protect themselves against fire. Yeah. So, right. So, you know, you cast some spell that gives you resistance to fire. Maybe like in Breath of the Wild, you buy armor that is, you know, armor of fire resistance, and you know, or you have something you as you're going up. One of the funniest things that I've seen is, as players were going up to a mountain, they were going up to a mountain or a volcano or something where it was really hot. They carried a bag of holding filled with water. And so what they would do is they would just, I mean, they didn't have a decanter of endless water. It would do the exact same thing. But you know, just kind of dumping water on yourself in order to, you know, cool yourself down. Sometimes as simple as that, what you're doing is enough to get them to re-sing it. Yeah, absolutely. That is very much something similar to what I say. You know, in my games, whenever my PCs are doing something, you know, I always ask them, like, explain to me exactly what you're doing. Like what, like, are you sure this is what you're doing? Travel inside a volcano and you have to defeat a massive fire lizard. Oh yeah, I have armor. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's like, you know, yeah, Link's got armor for days. Travel to a water temple. I got armor for that. Yeah. Yeah, and he would just spin around and break your pots. That's all he would do. All right. But yeah, that was a good question. Yeah, like I said, killing your players is okay, but only if your players are given the option to understand. Only if your players die because of a consequence of their actions. If you know, rocks fall, everyone dies. Yeah, that's on the DM. Oh God, the cuckoos. I've seen somebody do a stat block where they made cuckoos, and it was basically just like the chicken stat block. Where, what was it? Yeah. They basically took the abyssal chicken stat block and turned this thing into the cuckoos, but gave them a horde feature where if they took so many hits, or if they like were reduced to a certain amount of hit points, they would summon a bunch of them. I love abyssal chickens. These are my favorite. They look like a chicken wing. I like how Zelda has voice lines, but Link never speaks. He just grunts and makes random noises. Oh my God. I was just about to say the The occasional, well, excuse me, princess. I'm just thinking back to the old, the old, like, full motion video one. Oh God. What a time. What a time. Oh man. Back in the day, whenever we used to have Super Mario, Super Mario Super Show, that stuff was great. All right, so let's take a look at some of these questions. Now, one of the things to know about the DM Academy subreddit, the first time DM and other short questions megathread is updated every so many days, which is actually why I kind of want to use this as like the source, because there's a lot of new stuff on here all the time. So let's take a look at this first one. When DMing, I find that having my NPCs take interest in the player's adventures can get pretty bothersome and boring. Like, yeah, of course this NPC will want to know how the party defeated that dragon terrorizing the town, but so will the next NPC, and so will the next one after that. Problem is that it doesn't drive the plot any further, and not having the NPC act this way would also feel unnatural. Should I make the NPC seem unimpressed or uninterested in their adventures? Or should I maybe say you spend 5 minutes retelling your story of how you slayed the foul beast and then move on? All right, so should I make them seem unimpressed? I don't think so. I think if you are having your players return from an adventure, and having NPCs, you know, asking about that, I think that's great because it builds up the reality of it being a living world where the NPC should be asking that, but you should have a, you know, you should have a variance in their interest. For example, maybe the bartender was an adventurer at one time. So when you walk in to the tavern after slaying the giant that has been terrorizing the farmers on the outskirts of town, maybe there's a few farmers there and they're like, you know, oh, we heard about that. You folks did us right with that. Thank you so much. And you have a bard there who's like, please tell me the story of this journey that you went on. Please tell me the details. And you can have the bartender standing behind the counter and kind of looks over and says, I killed a giant once. You want to hear about that? Yeah, it's easy enough to kill a giant. So I think when it comes to having NPCs take an interest, I don't see that as being bothersome and boring. I think with that, you can have those moments lead to plot devices. Have that bartender say, oh, you killed a giant? Well, that's nice and all, but that still doesn't solve the fact that, you know, there's that dragon up north, you know, that's been burning down those fields. You know, that giant's just one problem of many. And that then itself rolls into another plot, another quest. You know, maybe your players recanting this story and just letting it, you can let that moment be in game or just kind of a passive thing where when your players arrive, have that be, you know, some of the story starts getting out. So should I make the NPC seem uninterested or unimpressed? I think there should be a variance. I think you should allow your players to tell these stories, and play the NPCs as they are. Give your players give your NPCs an actual character, give them a personality that would make them uninterested or unimpressed based on certain factors. All right, now I saw Zingy had a question. As a DM, is it okay for me to change the way a monster would act in D&D normally? Such as in my new campaign, the players will meet a giant moving camp of slods, but they're not hostile to the PCs. They will sell things to them and are only hostile. Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree with Ms. Roy. There's no reason that you can't determine what a monster's behavior is going to be. Now, your players may have certain inclinations towards that. For example, a ranger may have aberrations as their preferred enemy type, and so they may see a giant group of slods as just a threat, because I could see that happening. But there's nothing that actually says that they couldn't be. And even if we look at their stat blocks, they are chaotic, and except for the death slod, blue, gray, green, and red are all chaotic neutral. So you can really set them up however you want. I mean, you can read through here, and see what it is that is their established history within the world. But there's nothing to say that they have to be Caesar and Waldorf. Yeah. Nothing says that they have to be any kind of, hostility or anything like that. I mean, these slots are mutated varieties since they can be made that way. They were once human. Where'd that go? They were once human, but the School of Necromancy in my world did this to them. They just kind of want to travel around the swamp area. You know what? Actually, I was just about to bring up the same point that Stacy did. So, in the Phandalin 5 campaign that I run, the players were heading down into the Mire of Dead Men. And one of the encounters that goes on in there is this group of lizard folk that is kind of on the move from these trolls, these rotting trolls that have been attacking them. Now, lizard folk are in general very apathetic characters. They have no problem eating their dead, to gain their powers. They're very naturalistic, but because my players didn't just run in and immediately try to kill anyone, they actually ended up befriending them. They actually ended up helping them. But that's the thing. It really depends on your players' interaction with them. One of the things that you need to make sure that you do, and this is actually a general key thing that I try and hold myself to this, and I sometimes fail because there's moments where I slip, but there's also moments where I feel it's necessary. One of the big pieces of advice that I've gotten is never portray somebody or some creature or NPC or group of monsters in the game as hostile unless you have the want desire for your players to try and kill them. So changing up their personality, giving them that sense of, hey, we're these travelers, we have this camp, we're just looking to sell some things. Offer that up to them, that they make sure it's very apparent that they're non-hostile, and then hopefully your players will understand that. Oh no, this is no dragon story. It's a massive war between spellcasters of the world and the religious people of the world. Eventually the PCs will have to choose which side they want to be on and fight on either side. If you have a wizard and a cleric in a part, yeah, that is very true. Oh man, a massive war between spellcasters and the religious people of the world. What side would I want to be on in that? Spellcasters, I feel, are by and large more powerful. When you look at the classes in 5e, those that have access to the arcane is, the bard, the sorcerer, the wizard. Warlock is technically divine because they get it from a supernatural force, even though they are arcane in most cases. Paladins get it from divine and they're half casters. Druids get it from primal forces, and clerics get it from, well, so between warlock and cleric, you don't stand a chance against a sorcerer, a sorcerer, a wizard, and a bard. Even artificers are arcane. In my opinion, I would rather be on the spellcaster side. Then again, in the lore of D&D, the spell plague happened, which cut off all spellcasters, including the divine and the arcane, because when Mystra was killed and the web unfurled, or the weave unfurled, spellcasters everyone lost their stuff, because then the gods were kicked from their positions and forced to walk the world. So I would just say I would rather be a spellcaster, because you're not reliant on the wants and desires of your deity not being a dick about something. Religious people believe that magic comes from gods. Magic is given to the angels so they can protect the people. The magic users are like, but hey, the arcane is like pretty cool and want to practice it and study it. And the religious people, no, that's not cool. Only angels. You know what? This brings me to a point. I was in the process of building lore for a campaign I was going to run. That was based in a world called Omera. And the origin of the world of Omera was that the four primal gods, the gods of fire, earth, air, and water, created like all matter in the universe. And then there were other gods that were already like creating everything, basically. So the gods of order and chaos, Soto and Ordo, they created all these divine beings, basically souls and spirits that had innate magics, and each one of those was allowed to inhabit a world. So Omera chose this one hunk of rock, imbued it with magic, and started to cultivate life on this world. She then created these 8 druids that she gave access to this magic. Now there were other gods that within this pantheon that she created, or that she called forth from, that was a blah, blah, blah. My mind just lost it for a second. But so these gods, there were gods that populated the world with creatures in general. So you had Hyver, who was the god of trees. He created the elves. Domitin was the god of mountains. He created the dwarves. Canros was the god of the underground. He created the gnomes. Wyfrix was the goddess of the land. She created the halflings. And Endyr was the god of the seas. He created the humans. So these creatures all go out about the world. And then these 8 druids are given not 8, 12. There was 12 druids. They were given 2 tasks. Spread the joy of Arcana to the world and ensure that the creatures of the world were safe and protected. Those were the 2 things that these druids were tasked with. So of these ranks of druids, there was one named Alanon and another named Maloth. Now, all these druids kind of went out into the world and they started spreading the joys of magic and Arcana. And in one instance, you had one of the druids, Alanon, who was offering small bits and pieces of was offering this magic to the world and showing them how to use it to till the fields and grow food, collect water, hunt animals, communicate with one another. Maloth, on the other hand, believed that he, as a druid, was the one who was to do these things for them. That the idea of spreading the joy of Arcana does not mean offering it to the creatures of the world. He actually believed the creatures were below them and would misuse their powers. So that eventually came true whenever you had more destructive magics being developed, and the druids believed that this was just the natural order. They had to teach the world to not use these destructive magics as much as they could, but understood that it was out of their control. Whereas you had someone like Maloth who was like, well, no, it's our choice not to give them that magic. We can take this away from them. So that's kind of like a very similar idea here. Arcane, like you said, Arcane is pretty cool and we want to practice it and study that. That's what Alanon believed in, and then the religious people who believe that only angels should do magic, that's like Maloth. He believed that only the druid should have access to the magic. Unfortunately, that mindset led Maloth down a dark path, which allowed him to be corrupted by Levistus, the lord of the 4th level of hell, where he Maloth then betrayed the other druids, and that's a storied history for that world for another time. But that was I definitely appreciate having that that dichotomy between those 2 ideologies. That's a fun one to play with. Okay, so we got this one here. All right, let's go to this one here. First time DM, never played, planning for second session. I guess my question is about the story. My players have expressed they want to negotiate more over combat. I have 2 factions with a conflict between them about to boil over, and a secret plotter behind it all. Is that enough of a story to have prepped? I feel I should have more story elements organized, like a twist or some really strong element that makes the story engaging. Maybe I should wait. My players, I have 2 factions with a conflict between them, and so I think with that, in general, if you are going to set up a campaign that has, a conflict between 2 factions, there are pieces of information that you want to have established. You want to have established the wants and desires of both factions. This will then breed what that conflict is. If one of them wants what the other one has, but the other one is not willing to give that up, that breeds conflict. If you have somebody who's a secret plotter behind it, what is their purpose? What is their desire? Why are they plotting? Is it that they want to see both of these factions destroyed so that they can implant something new? Do they want to see one of them destroyed so that they have some, play over the other? You know, yeah, that's exactly it. You know, who they are, what do they want, and why can't they have it? That is, you need to have that with both sides of the faction, because that's going to determine where the conflict lies. And, you know, once you have that, then you can have that secret plotter. Are they a part of a third faction? I think what you have right here, you know, Mr. Nothing's B9, what this is it's the, you know, it's the barest of bones. This is a spine, for what will eventually become the bones of the skeleton, to make up an adventure and a campaign, that will evolve over time. I mean, I will personally say, I know I generally come up with most of my campaign stuff once I get my players' backstories. That's where I really start to dig. But honestly, I change the story session by session sometimes, because a new thing comes up that I think is more appropriate to roll with. And you can roll down to individuals within the factions. Yeah, no, that's true. Build up these two factions. Who exactly are these people? You know, what are they? You know, is there somebody who is there a conflict of interest within them? One of the things that I've done recently is in that world that I'm building, there's two factions within that. The one is known as the Knights of the Realm, and the other is the Dark Mages. So, you know, in this world, the Knights of the Realm is a group of skilled warriors who aided this mighty wizard known as the Guardian of Terith, to fight against these demons and foul creatures that terrorize the world. They're basically like the world's mercenaries. And you have the Dark Mages, who are powerful wizards who wanted to overthrow the god of the world and rule over the world. And you had them fighting one another. You had the Guardian of Terith, who is this powerful mage named Merlindor. And, you know, it was this huge conflict between them. And eventually in the storied history, they were able to defeat the Dark Mages, but you know, those don't always stay dead. Curious about this new world you're building. To say the least, so am I. I'm still just digging into it. So, yeah, I guess to give you at least some idea of what it is, I don't have all the details yet, but this is what I have so far. The world of Terith was created by the great deity Arden, who molded the land and sky into existence and breathed life into the creatures that roam its vast territories. For centuries, the world was peaceful and harmonious. Wait, there we go. The world was peaceful and harmonious, with humans, elves, dwarves, and other creatures living in harmony and worshipping Arden as their creator. However, as time passed, the darkness began to seep into Terith. A group of powerful beings known as the Dark Mages began to use their magic for evil and sought to overthrow Arden and rule the world. They summoned demons and other foul creatures to aid them in their quest for power, and soon a great war broke out between the forces of good and evil. The war lasted for decades, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Eventually, the forces of good emerged victorious, and the Dark Mages were defeated and banished to the underworld. However, the peace did not last for long. Over time, the demons and foul creatures summoned by the Dark Mages began to resurface and terrorize the land once more. To combat this new threat, a powerful wizard named Merlindor emerged and led the fight against the demons. He was aided by a group of skilled warriors known as the Knights of the Realm, and together they succeeded in driving the demons back to the underworld. However, the victory was not without cost. Merlindor was mortally wounded in the final battle. Before he died, he transferred his powers to a chosen successor who would continue to protect the world from the forces of evil. This successor became known as the Guardian of Terith, and the legacy of Merlindor and the Knights of the Realm has lived on through the ages. Today, Terith is a world filled with magic and wonder, where creatures of all races coexist in relative peace. The Guardian of Terith continues to protect the land and its inhabitants, and the legacy of Merlindor and the Knights of the Realm inspire new generations of heroes to rise up and defend their world against the forces of evil. I dropped my back scratcher. So yeah, that's the general concept of this world, the world known as Terith. Yeah, so the concept, I just wanted to start really like digging into a new world. I have a couple settlements, a couple places, notable figures, but nothing super crazy. But yeah, that's that I don't know. Third or fourth world that I've just crafted and probably don't know if I'll do anything with it. All right. So back to the matter at hand. Here we go. Next question by King Toasty. My players are going to be passing through a ravaged town in tomorrow's session and will have seen the army responsible marching in its direction the night before the game to introduce them to the NPC who will go on to be the surprise big bad. I'm kind of struggling to think how to make it worth the time invested though. Current plan is for them to approach the devastated town and see the big bad, who appears as an Aasimar saint, healing the surviving townfolk and reviving some of their dead, with him offering the party a miracle, healing or curing disease or breaking curses. Other than that, I can't really think of anything that would get the party to engage with the scene and character more than just witnessing it and moving on. For more context, the idea is that the big bad is part of an organization who is sparking disasters and conflicts. Ah, I see. Yep. I see how this is going. He only really serving as a figurehead and is not the mastermind. Despite this, he generally wants to help people, even if the end goal is malicious. I just thought of this. I had a DM in one of my games that made a vendor named Mr. Jacobs, who was a one-eyed crazy ass wizard who ran a shop that would randomly appear in cities. The shop would appear as a decrepit old building filled with old worthless stuff. The shop was also intelligent though, and Mr. Jacobs was married to the shop. That's amazing. That's amazing. I love that concept. Just living in your spouse. I've seen one that was a shop that was all mimics. It was a house. The house was a mimic. All the furniture was mimics. The door was mimics. The windows were mimics. That's kind of the idea that I got from that. All right, so how to get the players to actually care about this particular scene. Personally, I want to read what Zingy said. Anyway, to enter, you had to clear away some of the stuff and find a small white portal and it'd take you. Oh, sick. That would be a fun one to drop into a game. Just letting it be like a random building just filled with junk. One of your players finds this small white portal and suddenly they're teleported. That's cool. That's a cool concept. I'm all for that. Oh man. So how I would handle King Toasty's question here is, I would say, either have, I would say have like some of this big bads, this Aasimar Saint, I would say have some of his followers start to approach the party and ask if they have been displaced by these disasters, if they need any, you know, options, you know, like this miracle aspect. But probably my biggest thing would be like figure out if your players, like, do your players have context with this person? One of the big things about having a big bad is having players be affected by this group. For example, in the Phandalin 5 game, you know, there are there are characters in that were directly affected by the White Dragon. Smith, Albina, and Seftis were all directly affected by the White Dragon because of their backstory. So by introducing that White Dragon as a means of, you know, contention for them, it's when they interact with them, it gives them that innate drive. You know, having something that ties them to them gives you that basis to really jump in with. So I would say figure out a way that you could tie it to the player specifically. Like Mr. Jacobs would sell odds, sometimes bad things. Like he sold me a cloak that had an ancient demon inside. When you asked if he had something, he would enter a door and just something wild would happen. Like one time we asked if he had a crossbow and he opened a door and a giant, jeez. I had a very similar kind of character in the very first campaign that I ever ran, which was based on the Deltora Quest book series. I introduced this character. He was a traveling merchant by the name of Tom, and he sold the party magic items by obtaining these, essentially, like, there was a currency within the world that could be used to buy magic items, and they were found in very hard to reach places. Like monsters would maybe have like one on them. You know, you might have like a bandit who like at most would have like one. If it was like a high ranking one, they were very hard to come by. And so, but I would give them out occasionally as like rewards, and Tom would travel around the world, and he magically traveled. So he could show up wherever I needed him to. And it was generally around the time that the players were starting to like need some new items or like wanted a different item. So what they could do with Tom was they could either buy a magic item, and I would roll on this document that I made that had all of the items from the DM's guide and the player's handbook, and I would just give them a random item. And the problem with that is that you end up giving them stuff that is vastly over leveled for them. But what they could also do is trade in stuff. So if, for example, you had a, let's say, a cloak of displacement, a rare cloak, okay? You could trade that in order to get a very rare cloak. So maybe you would get the cloak of Arachnida. And again, this was the very first campaign I ever ran, and it very much broke the game because my players started out with very powerful items, and it like I could barely challenge them. When he came out of the store flooded with salt water, Mr. Jacobs with a small wooden boat and stuff, sometimes we'd hear jungle noises, sometimes the ceiling would liquefy, and geez, oh man. What was weird is Mr. Jacobs would rarely take coins. He'd listen to his desk and usually would tell us the shop would like one of our weapons or our articles of clothing. Like, gave him a ripped cloak and chain. Yeah. Well, and that's it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea. That was the same idea with Tom. Like, Tom was willing to trade the players for their magic items, because one of the concepts that I ran with that campaign was that magic items became more powerful the longer they were attuned with you. So if you had something for a long period of time, you would get a bonus with it. Unfortunately, I stopped using that system and stopped incentivizing that because for one, it de-incentivized taking new items, so introducing new magic items became pointless. And it also made it so that the players felt like they couldn't switch. You know, they would have something that was with them for so long, it was so much more powerful than anything else they could find, that they would feel even though something might have been better in a certain circumstance, they generally would avoid using it. Those were my learning days. Those were a lot of my learning days. All right. Question about wording. So I understand that so this is from How Noble of You. So I understand that an attack is different from an attack action. You are able to replace a single attack with a shove or a grapple, right? If a level 14 Valor Bard can make a weapon attack as a bonus action when they cast a spell, is that meaning the type of attack they can be replaced? Okay, all right. So if this is phrasing, we're gonna bring up the actions page. So the attack action is when you take this action, you make one melee or ranged attack. So specifically with the Valor Bard in question, they are referring to battle magic. When you use your action to cast a bard spell, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. So going back over to here, you have grapple. So it's when you use the attack action to, this is that you use the attack action to make a special melee attack. So grapple is a special melee attack that is made with the attack action. In my opinion, I would say that with this, a weapon attack as a bonus action is not going to count towards a shove or a grapple, because this specific wording, when this says, when you use your action to cast a bard spell, you can make one weapon attack. That is a very specific thing. Now, if it said, when you use your action to cast a spell, you can take the attack action as a bonus action, then you could switch that up, because the attack action could be a grapple or a shove or anything else that falls, in line with that. Disarm. Actually, I don't think disarm. I don't know why that's in there. But, grapple or shove, that stuff can be put in there because it would be the attack action. But very specifically, it is a weapon attack. So, how noble of you. It is weapon attack is the more specific thing. Attack action would be the less specific. Wow, that's a long one. Sorry, legitimate mistake. Gonna have to skip that. All right, so I'm gonna read this one and then I'm probably gonna head off for the night. When do people recommend using the leap from running off the shelf? What the Wow. When do people recommend making the leap from running off-the-shelf modules to running your own custom campaigns? I think you should do it as soon as possible. I legitimately think if you are a brand new DM and you are learning how to run a game, run a one-shot. All right, Zingy man, have a good night. I think if you are a brand new DM and you are looking to, figure out what you want to do, I say do a one-shot, see what you like, do 2 or 3, see what you like about them, see what you don't like about running them. But then do what you can to get into making your own games. I jumped right into making my own campaigns. Yeah, and I was the same way. The very first campaign that I ran was based off of a book series that I ran. I had to sit there and figure out what would be my encounters, how would my world work, what would my puzzles be, what were the stat blocks of everything that I wanted to use, how would I convert a lot of that stuff. My next campaign that I ran was pulling information from bits and pieces on the internet and crafting the campaign out of that, but the story was fully developed in my own head. Ooh, Curse of Strahd. I've always wanted to play in that. I have a paladin. I have a paladin set up for that. So yeah, that would be, have fun with that. I know my one buddy wants to run Curse of Strahd as well, so I'm looking forward to playing whenever he runs that. But yeah, I say if you have never ran a D&D game before, run a module, run a one shot, something small, something short, but have long running example that is not necessary. Wait, what? It is not necessary to stick to the module. All right, Zingy, have a good night, man. So that's the thing. I think the way that it should be is you take a module, you take the encounters that it offers and the basic story, and you adapt that to what your to how you want to run stuff and how your players function. That is my personal opinion, because you can take a module and change every aspect about it and basically make it your own. And there's different degrees to which people would say, what makes a custom campaign? Is it that you are developing your own world? Is it that you're using an existing world, but you're changing the cities and the towns and the landscape to fit your needs? Is it using the existing world information, but you're crafting your own lore within it? You're adding your own factions and whatnot. Or using everything that's already there, but creating just your own adventure. You've created some conflict that your players have to deal with, and that's your own thing, but you're using everything that's already in there. Are you taking something like, one of these books, something like this, the Slave Pits of the Undercity from Advanced D&D, that has a general story, and then you're crafting your own from that? Is that a custom campaign? Is a custom campaign something where you take a one shot, you take a series of one shot modules and you string them together with a set of plot points that are tied to your players? Like P5 has a general framework, but all sorts of things have been added from other content to fully make up stuff by you and players too. Well, That's the thing. If somebody were to look at Phandalin 5, could you say that it's Dragon of Icespire Peak and with a little bit of Rise of Tiamat? Yes, 100%. It started out as Dragon of Icespire Peak. You went through, the party's gone through a good chunk of that, that module. We've now gone on to the trilogy that follows that, the Divine Contention, Sleeping Dragon's Wake, and stuff like that. And I have started to, add stuff that brings in the Cult of Tiamat from Rise of Tiamat. But there's also stuff in there like the orcs taking over Umbridge Hill. That's not in any of those modules. That was my idea. But then there's also stuff like the Temple of Restoration. That's obviously a Morvold Press thing. With my other campaign, my GS campaign at the library, I put a one-shot module that I found in place of something that the book never elaborates on. There's a woodland manse that the players are able to visit that was the home of a wizard who was studying elven runes nearby. Well, what are those elven ruins? Where are they? What's within them? It doesn't actually explain that. So I found a one-shot that has some fungus stuff tied to it. My players have a vested interest in meeting myconids and fungal people. So it plays into that I could just, okay, what are the elven ruins? It's this. Is that a custom campaign though? Because technically I'm running a module for that session. So I didn't write that stuff. I didn't design that map. I didn't place those monsters. I'm using someone else's information. But I think that actually is what makes it a custom campaign. In my opinion, the kind of campaign that I run and the kind of campaign that like my buddy Jay or my buddy Garrett run, where they have developed their own world, they are crafting their own encounters from the ground up, and are seeding everything with their own expectations and their own thoughts and designs, those I feel are more custom than mine. But I am also not just sitting here with a book and saying, okay, the players, all right, so the players have done this, so you've done this thing, all right, so this happens now, and then we'll move on to this adventure. I'm not just reading from a book, and and even if you did, I think the moment you add your own spice, the moment you add something that is wholly new, you add an encounter, you add a thing, and even if it's something you find online, I really don't think there's anything true about off-the-shelf modules. I think the moment you start running and you deviate a little, you have just crafted your own campaign, because it's going to be different than anyone else that runs that. I run Icewind Dale. There is stuff in, if somebody sat down and watched all of my streams from Icewind Dale, there is a lot of stuff in that would not be in anyone else's game. There's a lot of stuff that is, but it would also be the same thing if I wrote my own campaign, my own story. I guarantee you somebody out there has run a similar campaign and story. The reality is all stories are the same. The adventure trope is a thing for a reason. So to answer the question for moving maybe Maven, when do people recommend making the leap, and is it a leap, from running off-the-shelf modules to running your own campaigns? I think you should do it when you feel comfortable. When you feel comfortable enough to add custom content to your off-the-shelf module, however you deem that. Once you add that custom content, it's your own campaign. Okay, I could read through Tales from the Shadows by Kobold Press and make that a custom campaign by adding in my own house rules, adding in my own monsters, changing traps, adding a puzzle here and there, introducing an NPC that doesn't exist within the book proper, tying in a story that goes from adventure to adventure. Because that's why I love books that are loose collections of one-shots and modules, because at the end of the day, you can turn that into a campaign. So yeah, that, well, you know what? This is a simple one. How do you handle a group stealth check? Individual rolls, averaging, or majority pass? With this question, 2 answers. If the situation is appropriate, that one, like this person says, if one fails, the group fails. I think that if it's appropriate, should be implemented, but otherwise I always do I generally try and do like an average or majority. If the players are trying to move stealthily through a place, and I will always ask who's rolling stealth. If somebody's not rolling stealth, then the passive perception of the monsters is going to go against the passive stealth of that particular player. Because your passive stealth is just like, hey, you're walking, this is how stealthy you are in general. And if it's a 10 or below, they're going to hear you and you're not stealthy at all. But if everybody's trying to be stealthy, I'll generally have everyone roll, and as long as the party beats the DC by, if it's a group of 5 people and 3 of them succeed it, yeah, you get through. Maybe it's like a varying degree of of success. So if all 5 pass, you guys get through without any issue. If 4 of you pass, maybe they kind of suspect something. If 3 of you pass, maybe they hear something, but you're able to move on. So maybe they're going to go inspect somewhere near where you came from. But the moment 3 people fail, well, then you're being spotted. As I understand, rules as intended, you cannot use state altering magic, such as the Belt of Giant Strength, to multi-class into other classes. But I was planning to introduce an alternative instead, where you can do that, but the magic item that provides you the stat becomes cursed onto you. You can't remove it unless using a wish to somehow remove those associated items. My opinion is that since you only have 3 attunement slots, forcing them to lock one is a fair compromise. Whoosh. That's an interesting question. I actually want to pull up the rules on multi-classing. All right. So multi-classing states that to qualify for it, you must meet both of these prerequisites. So without the full training that a beginner character receives, you must be quick to study and have a natural You know what? In my opinion, rules is intended, sure, maybe. Rules is written. Nothing says that this you couldn't use a belt of giant strength. If you had gauntlets of ogre power with a 19 strength, you could multi-class into barbarian in my game. I wouldn't have an issue with that at all. I don't necessarily think, like, it makes you stronger. I think if you want to make a rule like this and put that caveat on there, that's fine. My question to this person, to this Yasutsana 96, how many of your players are trying to multi-class using items? That's my question. Because here's the thing. There is nothing giving you these bonuses except to become a barbarian. No item increases your charisma. If you want to increase your wisdom, then what is it? It's, I actually don't think it's the Book of Exalted Deeds. It's something else. There's another book. The Tome of Understanding. This increases your wisdom score by 2 and increases your maximum. So if you had an 11 and you read the Tome of Understanding, that is though increasing it. It does it, and it increases your maximum as well. But there's no item that increases your dex to give you the ability to like multi-class into rogue. Nothing can increase. No, I'm sorry. The Helm of Intelligence, or the Helm of Intellect, whatever. The Headband of Intellect. Okay, sorry. Let me rephrase that. Unless you're referring to a wizard or a barbarian, none of these, you don't need to make a rule about having an item that lets you do it. Unless you as a DM are willing to make items that would give you 13s or higher in these more commonly used scores. If you give me an item that gives me a 19 to charisma, and I can dump charisma, take an item, and then run around like a lunatic with crazy other stats and still have a high charisma as a bard, you are going to look at a madman. Give me a paladin like that, and where I don't have to dump dexterity. I'll play. Give me an item that gives me a 19 to charisma, and I'll have an 18 in strength, a 17 in constitution, and a 16 in dexterity. I'm gonna be the fastest paladin around. Yeah, I think unless you are actually making a new rule set, any opinions or pitfalls that I need to take into account. This is it. Just hand wave the requirement altogether if that's what you want to do. I decided to instead put it as you can't remove it unless you reach the requirement of I don't know. Like I said, I'm in the pool of it doesn't really matter, because there's only 2 that you could really use an item to multi-class with. So, what about they can get stuck when fully custom, puts a lot of pressure. Oh, okay, you're referring. Yeah, sorry, that's an old message. Yeah, no, you're right. Some DMs do feel a lot of pressure when trying to come up with everything on their own. This is why I personally could never run a campaign where I have to come up with every single aspect. In the campaigns that I have done that with, I have still pulled from outside sources to fill up the bulk of it. Running, modules and one-shots that I find online because they're interesting is how I run my games. I generally don't sit there and craft my own dungeons. Plenty of people do. Plenty of people do really well with that. I'm not that person. I think that is why the collections of one-shots that are being put out by official D&D. Yeah, that's why, you know, if when you go to right here, Keys from the Golden Vault. It's right there. That's one of their big ones. You know, if you look at all of these actually let's look at on 5e. It's a little bit easier to take in. So, you know, when you look at this stuff right here, you're looking at a campaign, full campaign, and then bam. This is a collection of modules that you could string together into a campaign. You know, then you have a slight campaign. You know, Tomb of Annihilation is its own thing, but that's a campaign. Campaign. This is all one campaign. That's true. And then we got another campaign. Then we got Eberron's Forgotten Relics. That's more of just an adventure. Campaign, all these campaigns. And finally, 7 years after, and we get Candlekeep, a collection of adventures meant to drop into stuff. You can drop in Candlekeep mysteries wherever you want. Then beyond that, you know, Ravenloft, Witchlight, Strixhaven is a weird one. But then Journeys Through the Radiant Citadel, another collection of adventures that you can drop in and adapt to your own campaigns. Stormwreck Isles is a starter set, and then you have another campaign. But this is definitely how more D&D content is going. People are finding that they would rather have more options like Candlekeep and Journeys to the Radiant Citadel, and even the new one, Keys from the Golden Vault, to use and drop in where they want, because not a lot of people can commit to a full campaign. Everything else listed in here is a commitment. You have to commit to playing that one adventure the whole way through. Whereas if you want to run Radiant Citadel, maybe you start on Written in Blood. You know, I've read through this one. I've ran this one. It's a fun little adventure. It has a handful of locations. I ran it as I think a 2-shot. So it has really interesting story elements, but then from there you can diverge wherever you want. We're not sticking to this same storyline, because every time you go to a different one, it's a different general story. Whereas if I want to run, you know, let's Icewind Dale, for example. Okay, well, shoot, this is a whole thing. You know, if I want to run my players through the Black Cabin, well, I could, but, you know, it's not designed this way. I mean, you really could actually, you know, take the Black Cabin, put it in a forest, make the Spirit of Macradius still the same thing, you know, of a scientist, you know, tinkerer who is making some item to help something and died in the process, and now the players have to finish their job. You could still run that, but again, that relies on, you know, a lot of this stuff is buried in campaigns. More people are starting to look for stuff like Radiant Citadels and Candlekeep, you know, kind of the same thing. does it make sense to have a cave of berserkers if you don't have Chardalyn? Otherwise, this is just a good map. This is, you know, this is just a decent, okay map to run your players through. Like, if that's what you want, awesome. You know, the Ascent. This is a situation that you could run your players through if you want to have like a Nautilus in, you know, in an adventure. So yeah, you can make it work. It's not really meant to work that way, but you can. Like I said, the other ones definitely are nowadays. But that is where I'm going to leave this for tonight. Stream's been going on for almost 5 hours now. It's 2:30 in the morning and I'm quite tired. So to everyone who joined me tonight, there was a point where we had like 9 people. So I want to say thanks to everyone who jumped in here with me. You know, all the new folks that decided to come by, Non-Binary Mushroom, PCM, good to see you again, Zingy, as well as Mizroy and Stacy. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. So like I said, I plan on doing more of this DM Academy corner, DM advice corner. There is going to be a new channel in the Discord that is where people can go to ask questions. I'm going to put in there, I'm going to set up a new rule for DMs in D&D and also GMs for Pathfinder. I'm going to let folks like Mizroy know and Bardo, if they're interested in helping people with that stuff, that they can take on that role. And if somebody has a question about Pathfinder, you can tag, you know, PFG, you can use the role of PFGM, or if you want to ask me something or anyone who is a DM, you can use the tag DM and we will be able to help. So trying to combine my joy of teaching with my joy of D&D. So thank you everybody for hanging out with me tonight. Like I said, I know this was kind of out of the blue considering I didn't have D&D tonight, but also I'm not going to be around tomorrow, so wanted to get this in when I could. So thanks for hanging out with me. I will see you guys in a little over a week. My next stream will be on the 20th when I come back for setting up the Earth sector of Calendyr's dungeon. So I will see you guys then. You all have a wonderful night, and here's to a safe trip to Arizona. Peace out, everyone.